السيدات والسادة، فضلا من الجميع الوقوف للسلام الملكي. خير بداية لهذا المحفل الكريم آيات من الذكر الحكيم.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم إن الله عليم خبير.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. القوائم صورة المحاسب الذهنية، لكن خلفها آفاق. الدقة هي لغة المراجع الفنية، ووراءها رحاب. مرحبا بكم في الدولة الوحيدة في الشرق الأوسط التي تبنت واستوفت كامل المعايير الدولية. مرحبا بكم في هذا التجمع الذي نحرك فيه التحول والابتكار، لأنها أولويات عالمية ولأننا نسعى إلى حلول إقليمية. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، سلام الله عليكم ورحمته وبركاته، وطاب صباحكم بكل خير. هذه مرة أولى يزور فيها هذا الحدث الرياض، يطلق فيها مركز معرفي محاسبي، تعقد فيها اجتماعات فاعلة، ونصل بإذن الله هذا المساء إلى حلول ترفض مستقبل مهنتنا. السيدات والسادة، المحاسبة اليوم هي لغة عالمية تمنح استقرار، تدفع الازدهار، وتجهز لك القرار. ولأجل هذا جاء المنتدى IFAC Connect، فأهلا بكم في الرياض.
Behind every number, a story. Behind every report, a decision. With every assurance, peace of mind. Today, accounting is not only a profession, it's a way of life. It brings stability, it drives prosperity, it contributes to quality of life. In a world of rapid change, the priority of accounting leaders is transformation and innovation. Here in Saudi Arabia, a nation of leadership and future making, the global accounting community gathers to turn challenges into solutions and initiatives, and to shape the future of the profession together. A future that builds trust, upholds transparency, and deepens impact. Welcome to Riyadh. Welcome to the IFAC Connect Forum, where the global future of accounting begins.
هذا الأسبوع كما شاهدتم العديد من الأرقام، 60 قيادياً من الجهات الحكومية عقدوا اجتماعاتهم مع الاتحاد، 80 مختصاً إقليمياً في هذه النسخة تناولوا أبرز الفرص وكذلك أيضاً أبرز التحديات. الأرقام أكبر من هذا، لقد تقدمت المملكة العربية السعودية 15 مرتبة في مؤشر تطبيق معايير المراجعة والمحاسبة. خلف كل رقم قصة، وراء كل تقرير قرار، وفي كل تأكيد طمأنة. تلك هي رسالة المحاسبة، وذلك هو أثرها في حياة الناس، وكذلك أيضا في اقتصادات الدول. هذه الرسالة يكتبها قادة المحاسبة وروادها في المملكة العربية السعودية، وكذلك أيضا عالميا، من بينهم الرئيس التنفيذي للهيئة السعودية للمراجعين والمحاسبين الدكتور أحمد المغامس، الذي أدعوه الآن إلى إلقاء كلمته، فليتفضل مشكورا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله محمد وآله وصحبه أجمعين. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، زملائي وزميلاتي في مهنة المحاسبة والمراجعة، الحضور الكرام أو الحضور الكريم، نلتقي اليوم لنفتتح معا المؤتمر الرئيس المنتدى العالمي للاتحاد الدولي للمحاسبين، المسمى IFAC Connect، الذي يجمع أكثر من 800 مشارك من مختلف انحاء العالم تحت شعار ريادة، التحول، والابتكار، أولويات عالمية وحلول إقليمية، والذي تستضيفه الهيئة السعودية للمراجعين والمحاسبين في مدينة الرياض، عاصمة الأحداث الكبرى ومركز صناعة المبادرات العالمية. إن هذا المؤتمر ينطلق ليكون منصة التلاقي بين دول العالم وبين قادة القرار المحاسبي والممارسين في رحلة استشرافية نحو مهنة أكثر تأثيراً وجاذبية، وهدفاً أن يكون هذا فضاءً حياً للحوار ورحباً لتبادل التجارب والرؤى وصياغة مستقبل يليق بمهنة المحاسبة والمراجعة. السيدات والسادة، نفتتح جلسات هذا المؤتمر برؤية واضحة تركز على التوازن بين الشفافية والابتكار، وذلك التوازن الذي تحتاجه المهنة لتبقى راسخة وقادرة على مواكبة المتغيرات. وسوف نتوقف معا عند أثر الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات الحديثة في إعادة صياغة أعمال المراجعة والتأكيد، وكيف أصبحت التكنولوجيا شريكاً أساسياً في تعزيز الجودة والكفاءة. سنناقش مستقبل تقارير الشركات ودور الاستدامة والتقارير المتكاملة في تمكين الأسواق والمستثمرين من اتخاذ قرارات مسؤولة وواعية. وسنسلط الضوء على التأكيد والأخلاقيات والحوكمة باعتبارها صمامات الأمان التي تحفظ للمؤسسات الثقة والاستدامة. وسنطرح السؤال الأهم: كيف نجعل المهنة أكثر جاذبية للأجيال القادمة؟ وكيف نزرع الثقة في عيون الشباب ليختاروا هذه المهنة ليس كوظيفة فحسب، بل كرسالة ومسؤولية تجاه مجتمعاتهم واقتصاداتهم. أيها الحضور الكريم، إن استضافة المملكة العربية السعودية لهذا المنتدى العالمي تحمل رسالة واضحة على الدور الكبير للقطاع المحاسبي السعودي في صناعة مستقبل المهنة، وشهادة على التزامه وتطبيق أفضل الممارسات والابتكارات المهنية، وهو التزام يتماشى مع رؤية المملكة العربية السعودية 2030 التي حفزت العقول وبنت الطموح للمساهمة في تحقيق اقتصاد مزدهر ومتنوع وتنمية مستدامة بدعم ورعاية من خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز آل سعود وولي عهده الأمير محمد بن سلمان بن عبد العزيز حفظهم الله. ويسرني بهذه المناسبة أن أعلن أن المملكة هي الدولة الوحيدة في الشرق الأوسط التي تبنت كامل المعايير الدولية، ومن بين الدول قليلة على مستوى العالم التزمت بجميع متطلبات العضوية المطلوبة من الاتحاد الدولي للمحاسبين. السيدات والسادة، وكما عودكم القطاع المحاسبي السعودي على المبادرة والابتكار، فإنه يسرني أن أعلن عن مبادرة المملكة لإنشاء مركز المعرفة المحاسبية للمحاسبة والمراجعة في منطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا، مقره الرياض، ليكون منصة إقليمية للتعاون وبوابة للتبادل الخبرات ومختبرا للابتكارات في خدمة المهنة. وسيعمل هذا المركز بالشراكة مع الهيئات المهنية والتنظيمية في المنطقة على الآتي: جمع وترجمة المعايير الدولية لتيسير تبنيها. 2. إعداد الدراسات والأبحاث التي تدعم صناع القرار. 3. بناء القدرات المهنية عبر برامج تدريبية متقدمة. 4. توفير منصة رقمية لتبادل المعرفة وأفضل الممارسات. بهذه المناسبة أشكر الاتحاد الدولي للمحاسبين على دعمهم الكامل لهذه المبادرة، وعلى أيضا تفضلهم بأن تستضيف المملكة والهيئة السعودية الحدث الأكبر عالميا IFAC Connect. ونتمنى للجميع من الحضور الاستفادة من هذا المؤتمر، ونشكر جميع من حضر من جميع مناطق المملكة ومن جميع مناطق العالم، الدول العربية، وأيضا زملائنا من باقي الدول الأخرى من باقي دول العالم. كل التوفيق لهذا المؤتمر ولكل المشاركين. ولا أنسى الدعم الذي تلقيناه أيضا من هيئة السوق المالية كراعي استراتيجي وكشريك استراتيجي لفعالية الهيئة، فكل الشكر والتقدير والعرفان لهيئة السوق المالية السعودية. شكرا لكم.
إذن على بركة الله ينطلق هذا المركز، مركز المعرفة. بالتأكيد سيعد الدراسات والأبحاث، بالتأكيد سيجمع ويترجم المعايير الدولية من أجل أن يتيسر تبنيها للجميع، لجميع من في هذه القاعة وخارجها، وكذلك أيضا تقديم برامج تدريبية، والأهم من أجل الاستدامة ومن أجل توسيع دائرة الاستفادة نوفر منصة رقمية لتبادل المعرفة وأفضل الممارسات في السوق. السيدات والسادة، شكرنا موصول للدكتور أحمد المغامس، لكن نريد أن نعرف المظلة الأكبر، أدوار الهيئة السعودية للمراجعين والمحاسبين، منجزاتها وكذلك أيضا تحركاتها خلال الأعوام الماضية. أدعوكم لنتابع هذا الفيلم التعريفي.
Accounting, one of the economy's main enablers and a driver of growth and prosperity. Accounting professionals and firms power the global economy. They serve as an instrument of transparency and oversight and a foundation of decision-making. Accounting is a universal language spoken by all economies. In Saudi Arabia, that language speaks through SOCBA. SOCBA advances and develops the practice. It elevates quality. It builds awareness of standards, ethics, and norms. It strengthens the profession's contribution to the national economy and society. SUCBA plays a pivotal role in enhancing credibility and reliability of financial statements by adopting international accounting and auditing standards. SUCBA sectors include Professional Standards Sector, develops and updates accounting and auditing standards in line with leading global practices. Quality Sector, assesses audit quality and enforces professional compliance. Membership and Examination Sector, manages licenses, professional certifications, and the fellowship program. Training and Qualification Sector, develops accounting talent and builds expertise. Digital Transformation Sector, drives SUCBA's digital transformation. Corporate Communication Sector, builds strategic relationships and promotes professional and public awareness. Achievements of the Saudi Organization for Chartered and Professional Accountants. SUCBA in recent years adopted the international standards on accounting, auditing, and the Code of Ethics for Professional Accountants in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Achieved a 126% increase in the number of professional licenses issued over the past 5 years. Issued the regulatory framework for accounting services. Issued the regulatory framework for zakat and tax accounting services. Joined several international associations and committees related to professional standards. Updated the law of the accounting and auditing profession as SUCBA's organizational framework. Published more than 50 professional guides. Secured the official Arabic translation rights for the international standards on accounting, auditing, and the Code of Ethics for Professional Accountants. Responded to more than 1,700 professional inquiries. Contributed to advancing Saudi Arabia's position by 15 places in the global index for the implementation of auditing and accounting standards. Trained over 100,000 participants through more than 500 training programs. Introduced 6 professional examinations aligned with the needs of practitioners. Introduced the SUCBA Fellowship designation for professionals worldwide. Conducted more than 20,000 professional inspections to enhance the quality of accounting firms' performance. Organized more than 500 events to raise awareness of the accounting and auditing profession. Established partnerships with 40 local, regional, and international organizations. Served more than 450,000 beneficiaries through the Customer Service Center and brought the total number of professional certificate holders to 8,800. SUCBA continues to elevate the profession and deliver innovations that keep pace with the global change. It works with partners worldwide to empower Saudi Arabia's accounting sector in line with Vision 2030.
الحضور الكرام، ما شاهدناه في هذه اللحظات هو هيئة وطنية لديها الرغبة الجادة. هي تريد أن تمكن الكفاءات الوطنية، هي تريد أن تبني الشراكات العالمية، وها هي تفعل في هذا التجمع الكبير. الحضور الكرام، الاتحاد الدولي للمحاسبين IFAC هو أعلى منظمة مهنية تقود تطوير المحاسبة على مستوى العالم. يضم في عضويته أكثر من 140 دولة و187 هيئة مهنية وأكثر من 4 ملايين محاسب حول العالم. باسمكم جميعاً اسمحوا لي أن أدعو سعادة رئيس مجلس الاتحاد الدولي للمحاسبين السيد جان بوكو لتقديم عرض حول الاستجابة لوتيرة التغيير في الاستدامة وكذلك أيضا في التحول الرقمي. يتفضل.
Excellencies, honorable guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone. It is my privilege to help launch Day 3 of IFAC Connect MENA. Thank you all for making the first 2 days a remarkable success. I want to thank SUCBA and Dr. Ahmad, not only for your incredibly strong partnership on planning and organizing this IFAC Connect, but also for your hospitality. You have shown every step on the way since we got to Riyadh such a hospitality. Thank you so much. What a pleasure to spend this time together with the support of our Saudi colleagues. I have the honor of opening the final stretch of our agenda, which will take us from some big topics with major implications for every PAO and our profession stakeholders. Today's landscape is not merely shifting, it is transforming. The pace and scope of change is unlike anything we have seen before. With our plenary session this morning and this afternoon, we are focusing on two areas of dramatic transformation, in particular, sustainability-related company disclosure and technology. I will say a few words to give a view from the global level at IFAC on these two themes. Starting with sustainability. In recent years, we at IFAC have been talking to our colleagues across the global accountancy profession and to regulators and other stakeholders outside of the profession about the opportunity and the public interest responsibility that professional accountants have for enhancing and transforming the scope of information that investors and other stakeholders are asking companies to provide to explain how matters like environment, social, and governance can impact company performance, if not broader social issues. We are the profession in the best position to lead the reporting and assurance of this sustainability-related information. We have the technical skills to integrate financial and non-financial information. Wherever we are in the value chain, we have the skills to transform high-quality standards into high-quality information. Our reputation will bring trust in this information in the same way that we bring confidence to traditional financial statements. This transformation in the information that companies will provide requires individual professionals to upskill and reskill and collaborate with experts as needed to complement our work. PAOs are the best sources of the education and training their members need, so it's essential for PAOs to move swiftly and boldly with their members into the sustainable future. This will take a lot of hard work, and there will be bumps in the road on every PAO's journey, but it is imperative to keep going. My focus as president of IFAC is on how this transformation in corporate reporting impacts all professional accountancy organizations. We believe the IFRS standards, starting with S1 and S2, are the right foundation for this new sustainability reporting standards, while strongly encouraging alignment. Ultimately, we are all on the same sustainability journey, so we should embark on it together. We also will believe widespread adoption and implementation of the ISA 5000 standard of the IASB will be crucial for ensuring that sustainability assurance truly builds trust and confidence in sustainability information. ISA 5000 is a profession-agnostic standard that allows for a broad range of assurance providers while maintaining a high level of quality. I want to emphasize that we should not allow a too-tight system to emerge, one where regulated professional accountants are held to higher standards, while others operate without consistent oversight. Now, let us move to technology. Today, we are also focusing on artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies that are revolutionizing the way accountants and auditors work in ways that enable us to process and analyze vast amounts of data with greater speed, greater accuracy, and impact. For example, auditors can leverage AI to uncover hidden patterns, correlations, and insights, and these outputs can support predictive analytics, risk evaluation, and fraud detection. Generative AI is also proving to be a valuable tool for drafting audit reports and distilling complex information. Some of the biggest changes are happening outside of formal systems and processes, in emails and spreadsheets, in team meetings, in presentations, and in countless one-off tasks that AI is transforming. We have an incredible opportunity. We can use AI to shift from scorekeeping to strategy, to create more time to do higher value work, and to participate in the transformation of our profession rather than resist it. The profession's real challenge is not whether we can use AI, it is whether we will redefine our own work before others redefine it for us. I fully recognize that some in our profession feel anxious about AI might impact our relevance. I want to emphasize that overall, AI is an opportunity to add more value and increase our relevance. But we should consider carefully whether we are prepared to seize this opportunity. The core skills of a professional accountant are strong, and we do not need to reinvent ourselves, but we must build on those skills. Individually, we will need to increase our digital literacy and get practical experience with AI. As with sustainability, PAOs need to support their individual members to upskill and reskill for AI and a range of other digital competencies. PAOs also need to engage with educational institutions to make sure the curriculum for accounting students is keeping pace with technological change. IFAC's International Panel on Accountancy Education oversees the international education standards and is exploring the AI competency that future accountants will need and how AI is reshaping the learning process. I must add that PAOs and individual professionals should always be mindful of our professional responsibilities to meet the new and still emerging risks of AI, including cybersecurity, threats to privacy, lack of transparency, and bias within AI models. As a conclusion, I want to mention one more thing. Our profession's fundamental purpose of serving the public interest. The quality that enables us to do so, which sets us apart as a profession, is ethics. Our ethics define us and have earned us for trusted reputation. And the central position we occupy in economies, in financial markets, and organizations is due to our trusted reputation. At all times, we need to keep earning our trusted reputation and never, never, never take it for granted. Thank you very much for your attention.
شكرا جزيلا للسيد جان بوكو. والآن ننتقل وأتشرف بدعوة معالي الأستاذ أحمد الحقباني، الشريك المؤسس والرئيس التنفيذي لشركة ساي فاي، للحديث عن الذكاء الاصطناعي ومستقبل هذه المهن المالية. يتفضل مشكورا.
عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. I'll be speaking in Arabic for non-speakers, so if you want you can use the headphones for immediate translation. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. الحضور أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكرام، أسعد الله صباحكم بكل خير. في البداية أنا ودي أشكر الزملاء في هيئة المحاسبين والمراجعين على دعوتي لإلقاء كلمة بسيطة ومختصرة عن الذكاء الاصطناعي ومدى تأثيرها على مهنة المحاسبة في العالم. مثل ما ذكر سعادة الرئيس مستر جون بيكو، تكلم على أهمية، يمكن في حديثه قبل قليل نصف الحديث كان على تبني الذكاء الاصطناعي ومدى تأثير الذكاء الاصطناعي على تغيير مهنة المحاسبة في العالم. اليوم بتكلم عن مستقبل الذكاء الاصطناعي في مهنة المحاسبة والمهنة أو في الإدارة المالية بشكل عام، وبعض التغيرات اللي بدأنا نلحظها خلال السنوات القليلة الماضية في تبني الذكاء الاصطناعي وتغييرها لمفاهيم العمل في الإدارات المالية. لو نرجع للتاريخ نجد أنه الذكاء الاصطناعي بدأ في أبان الحرب العالمية الثانية، ولا نتحدث عن أسس الذكاء الاصطناعي. ودي أتحدث عن بدء الأعمال أو الممارسات لاستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي اللي بدأت يمكن في التسعينات الميلادية، وبدأت من خلال استخدام ما يسمى بروبوتيك بروسيس اوتوميشن. والمقصود في هذه العملية أو بهذه التقنية أنه يعطى البرنامج التقني مدخلات معينة، وفي حال حصل 1 أو 2 أو 3 يتم اتخاذ قرار ألف باء جيم. فعبارة عن نظام يأخذ مدخلات معينة ويحللها، ومن هذا المنطلق يتخذ قرارات معينة محددة له مسبقا. فلا يمكن لهذا البرنامج من اتخاذ قرارات بناء على معلومات أخرى سبق برمجته بها. في بداية العشرين اللي هو العقد الماضي بدأ الذكاء الاصطناعي التقليدي بدأ يدخل في الأعمال، وبدأ يغير طبيعة الأعمال اللي تقوم فيها المنظمات بشكل عام، وبدأ تبني الاستخدامات للتنبؤ، بعض خدمات التنبؤ اللي تقدمها بعض النماذج من الذكاء الاصطناعي. حقيقة التغير اللي حصل في الذكاء الاصطناعي حصل قبل عدة سنوات. نتكلم على بداية 2020 وما بعدها بإعلان أو إطلاق شركة أوبن AI عن شات GPT، وتلتها كثير من النماذج للذكاء الاصطناعي التوليدي اللي وجدناها يتم تبنيها بشكل سريع جدا. العام الماضي بدأت الذكاء الاصطناعي بالتحول من الذكاء الاصطناعي التوليدي إلى نوع آخر اللي هو الذكاء الاصطناعي باستخدام الوكلاء أو الإيجنت أجنتك AI. نرجع الشريحة اللي قبل بس الظاهر ما يشتغل. وهذا بدأ الآن، بدأت المنظمات، كثير من المنظمات لو سمحت، وهذا ترى الله ما يشتغل. ممتاز، يعطيكم العافية. عذرا. ممتاز. فكنا نتكلم على الذكاء الاصطناعي على القائم على الوكلاء، وعبارة عن ذكاء اصطناعي مصغر يتم تطبيقه داخل المنظمات بشكل كبير جدا للقيام بأعمال معينة. الفرق الأساسي بين الذكاء الاصطناعي القائم على الوكلاء والأتمتة القائمة على القواعد هو عبارة أنه الذكاء الاصطناعي هذا المصغر عبارة عن ذكاء اصطناعي توليدي منتشر بشكل كبير جدا داخل المنظمات. 2027 وما بعدها احنا مؤمنين في الجانب التقني، وانا لست محاسبا ولست شخص مالي. احنا مؤمنين انه التغير اللي نراه في الذكاء الاصطناعي تغير غير مسبوق، وانه ما نراه اليوم في تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي هي أسوأ نسخة للذكاء الاصطناعي، فغدا سيكون أفضل، واليوم اللي بعده سيكون أفضل، وهلم جرا. احنا دائما نقول يعني يقال في الأسواق العالمية انه اذا اجتمع قادة التقنية على اجماع على تقنية معينة فيجب ان نستمع جيدا. نجد انه رئيس شركة ابل، رئيس شركة انفيديا، رئيس شركة مايكروسوفت، كل الشركات هذه وشركات اخرى تراهن على مستقبل الذكاء الاصطناعي. ولو ننظر الى التطبيقات اللي مستخدمة على الجوال في تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي، نجد أنه سرعة تبني تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي هو تبني غير مسبوق في التاريخ. نجد أنه منصة تويتر ومنصة إكس أخذت تقريبا 5 سنوات لتصل إلى 100 مليون مستخدم، فيما نجد أنه شات جي بي تي في خلال أقل من شهرين تقريبا أو شهرين ونصف تبنى 100 مليون شخص تقنية الذكاء الاصطناعي. فإحنا دائما نسأل أنفسنا ماذا لو تغيرت أعمالنا؟ ماذا لو تغيرت طريقة فهمنا وممارستنا للأعمال المحاسبية والأعمال المالية من تبين الأرباح في المنظمات؟ يعني بدل ما ندرس أو يقوم المحاسب أو يقوم المدير المالي بإمضاء عدد كبير من الساعات لبحث وفهم التباين اللي حصل مثلا في الإيراد أو في الأرباح، يقوم الذكاء الاصطناعي بضغطة زر باتخاذ أو بتزويد متخذ القرار بالمعلومة المناسبة. أيضا ماذا لو أصبحت التنبؤات محدثة بشكل لحظي؟ لا ننتظر أنه نطلب من الإدارة المالية بالقيام بهذه المراجعة لتقارير معينة وتحديثها، واللي قد تأخذ عدد من الأيام. خلاصة هذه الشريحة، احنا دائما نسأل أنفسنا في الجانب التقني، هل احنا أو في المنظمات بشكل عام، هل دور المحاسب سيتغير بالذكاء الاصطناعي؟ هل سيتم استبداله بالذكاء الاصطناعي؟ يمكن الإجابة المختصرة لا. الإجابة المطولة أنه لا يمكن استبدال شخص ذو قيم وذو قدرات على فصل الغث من السمين باستخدام التقنية، أو على الأقل لازلنا بعيدين عن هذه المرحلة. طبعا التحول نحو المالية الحديثة، نجد أنه كثير من المنظمات بدأت منذ سنوات لتبني الأنظمة التقنية. بدأنا باستخدام إكسل وخلافه، بعد ما انتقلنا من استخدام الدفتر الأستاذ العام، وانتقلنا إلى استخدام أنظمة الموارد المؤسسية ال ERPs والأكاونتنج سوفتوير. الآن احنا في مرحلة ما بين رقم 3 و4، ما بين استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي في مساعدة الإدارات المالية بالتنبؤات، وتفريغ الإدارة المالية للقيام بأعمال ذات قيمة مضافة أكبر، بدلا من مراجعة أوراق معينة أو التدقيق في أرقام مدخلة في ملف إكسل. هذه الشريحة يمكن تتكلم على بعض الأعمال يعني تقام في الإدارات المالية، ونجد أنه يعني أنه كثير من الأعمال اللي تقوم فيها الإدارات المالية معرضة للتغيير بسبب الذكاء الاصطناعي. يعني وهذه أمثلة لن أذكرها كلها، ولكن المقصد أنه يجب علينا إحنا يا كمهتمين كحضور في جانب المحاسبة النظر على كل العمليات اللي نقوم فيها بشكل يومي، بشكل شهري، بشكل ربعي وما إلى ذلك، والنظر هل بالإمكان استخدام التقنية واستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي في مساعدتنا للقيام بأعمالنا بوقت أسرع بكفاءة أعلى. واحنا ننظر الى دور يمكن المدير المالي والمحاسب، وهذا النوع من التبسيط للإدارة المالية. طبعا هناك كثير من الأعمال التي تقوم فيها الإدارات المالية، ولكن نجد أن المدير المالي يركز على إعداد التقارير والتحقق من صحتها، وأيضا مشاركتها مع أصحاب القرار، سواء الإدارة التنفيذية أو مجلس الإدارة في المنظمات. ونجد أن المحاسب دوره مسجل معلومات ومراجع إلى حد ما، ولكن في الأخير هناك عمل جهد كبير يدوي مكرر يمكن للذكاء الاصطناعي المساهمة فيه في تحسينه وتعديله والتسريع منه. فنجد أن المدير المالي سينتقل من شخص يركز على إعداد التقارير والتحقق منها إلى شخص استراتيجي بيانات، يركز على البيانات ويساهم بشكل استراتيجي في نمو الشركة ومساهمة في اتخاذ القرارات. وهذه دور يقوم فيه بعض المدراء الماليين، ولكن سننظر إلى نقلة نوعية لكافة المدراء الماليين إلى هذه الممارسة. وأيضا بالنسبة للمحاسبين لن يكون فقط مسجل معلومات، هو مفسر لمخرجات الذكاء الاصطناعي، وأيضا مراجع لمدخلات الذكاء الاصطناعي، وأيضا التأكد من سلامة الافتراضات اللي بناء عليها الذكاء الاصطناعي تقاريره. طبعا هذه مثال لشركتين تعرفونهم جميعا، شركة PwC ديلويت. يمكن PwC الوضع مختلف شوي، لأنه بدأوا يستخدمونها في تقديم حلول لعملائهم، ليس فقط لزيادة الإنتاجية وزيادة الكفاءة الداخلية، إنما استخدموها لأيضا تقديم حلول لعملائهم لتسريع البروكيور تو باي باستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي المعتمد على الوكلاء أو الأجنتيك AI. ونجد أن ديلويت استخدمتها في تسريع كثير من الأعمال الداخلية في إعداد التقارير. فنجد أنه 75% من مدققين المملكة المتحدة يستخدموا الأداة بشكل شهري. هناك تبني كبير من هذه الشركات الرائدة في هذا المجال، ويمكن النقطة الوحيدة اللي يمكن ما تغيرت لهم اللي هو أسعارهم لعملائهم، ولكن لعل هذه فرصة أنه يكون العمل في وقت أسرع وذو كفاءة أعلى. الآن احنا يمكن باختصار في يمكن خلاصة المقال نجد أنه الأعمال أو دور الإدارة المالية يكون في شقين رئيسيين: العمل مع المصارف للقيام بالعمليات المالية، سواء حوالات أو رواتب أو غيرها، والنظم المحاسبية. ونجد أنه الإدارة المالية تقع في النصف حقيقة، تقع في النصف، هي من تقوم بتسجيل العمليات المالية في بوابات المصارف، ثم نعكسها في النظم المحاسبية. احنا مؤمنين أنه المستقبل سيتغير أو بدأ يتغير إن لم يكن تغير بالفعل. إن شاء الله ينتقل عاد الصفحة هذه يمكن. أيوة تمام. فنجد أنه شركات التقنية المالية والشركات التقنية بدأت تدخل في مجال زيادة الكفاءة في كثير من القطاعات، وليست مختصرة على الإدارة المالية. ولكن نجد أنه شركة تقنية مالية مثل شركة ساي فاي تقوم بالربط بين النظم المحاسبية لدى المنشأة والخدمات المالية لدى المصارف. فنجد أنه بمجرد قيام الموظف بعملية باستخدام البطاقة المخصصة للمنشأة، نجد أن هذه العملية تسجل مباشرة بعد تدقيقها وتمحيصها من الذكاء الاصطناعي وتأكد من سلامة المصروف ويتم تسجيلها في النظم المحاسبية أو نظم إدارة التخطيط الموارد المؤسسية. هذه النظم موجودة وقائمة حاليا، وأكثر من 1800 شركة تستخدم هذه الخدمة في المملكة العربية السعودية. احنا ما نتكلم عن المملكة العربية السعودية فقط، احنا نتكلم على تبني كثير من المنشآت حول العالم. الشركات مماثلة في أمريكا كمثال لديهم ما يزيد عن 100,000 منشأة تستخدم مثل هذه التطبيقات لزيادة الكفاءة داخلية، تقليل التكاليف، وحفظ الأوقات، ومنها إعادة توزيع الموارد داخل المنشأة إلى ما يعظم الاستفادة منها، وليس على أعمال يمكن استخدام التقنية وتبني التقنية فيها لتسهيلها وتحسينها. خلاصة الحديث اليوم أنه مثل ما ذكر سعادة رئيس الهيئة، مثل ما ذكر رئيس مجلس إدارة الآيفاك، تبني الذكاء الاصطناعي ليس خيار، هو واجب على كل مسؤول أن ينظر إلى الذكاء الاصطناعي وإلى التقنية كيف الاستفادة منها لتعظيم الأثر داخل المنشأة، لزيادة الكفاءة داخل المنشأة، لتقليل التكاليف، لتعظيم الأثر للمستثمرين في منشآتكم. نقطة أيضا مهمة ذكرها سعادة الدكتور جون بيكو، موضوع الهلوسة في نظم الذكاء الاصطناعي والانحياز ومخاطر الأمن السيبراني. فلذلك اتخاذ القرار في تبني الذكاء الاصطناعي يجب أن ما يكون عبارة عن حل سحري للمنظمات، يجب تحري الدقة ومراجعة المخرجات بشكل دقيق للاستفادة منها الاستفادة المثلى. أخواني وأخواتي، شكرا على وقتكم وعلى إصغائكم، وأتمنى أنه لقيتم ما يفيدكم في هذا العرض المبسط. تحياتي لكم.
شكرا جزيلا لك معاليك على هذا الطرح، وبالتأكيد هذه هي البداية. موعودين بإذن الله بعروض تقديمية، وكذلك أيضا بجلسات ستبدأ بعد قليل فيها ذات الإثراء وذات التنوع وذات الدعوة للتحول والابتكار. تتقدم الهيئة بالشكر والتقدير لكل من ساهم بالتأكيد في نجاح هذا المنتدى، لكن اسمحوا لنا أن ندعو سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي الدكتور أحمد المغامس لتكريم من شرفونا في هذا المساء. إذن نبدأ بأولهم معالي الدكتور أحمد الحقباني. أهلا وسهلا بك. شكرا جزيلا لمعاليك، تعبناك معنا على المسرح لكن تستحقون أكثر، الله يحفظكم. شكرا جزيلا لكم. إذن هنا في هذا المنتدى وكذلك أيضا في هذا المؤتمر أعلن عن المركز المعرفي المحاسبي، وكذلك أيضا سمعتم إعلانات حول تبني المملكة العربية السعودية لكامل وكافة المعايير الدولية. شكرا جزيلا لمعاييرنا. ننتقل بعد ذلك للاتحاد الدولي للمحاسبين ممثلا في السيد جان بوكو. كل الشكر والتحية للاتحاد الدولي على مشاركتهم الفاعلة في هذه النسخة. وكذلك أيضا الشريك الدائم هيئة السوق المالية ممثلا في سعادة الأستاذ سامي الشرفة. شكرا جزيلا لكل الشركاء، شكرا جزيلا لكل الحضور على إثرائهم هذا التجمع. هو منكم ولكم وبكم أيضا نرتقي إلى مستقبل أفضل لهذه المهنة. شكرا جزيلا لكل الشركاء، والشكر موصول لسعادة الرئيس التنفيذي الدكتور أحمد المغامس. شكرا جزيلا لك. حضورنا الكرام، هذا كان الافتتاح. سندلف الآن إلى الجلسات في هذا المؤتمر، لكن قبل ذلك نود أن نستمع منكم، ونود أيضا أن تشاركونا. هناك مشاركة، هناك تقديم الأسئلة التي تريدون طرحها على المتحدثين، وكذلك أيضا الاقتراحات. يمكنكم التفاعل بالكلمة والصورة هناك. ندعوكم لتحميل تطبيق هوفا عبر رمز الاستجابة الظاهر أمامكم على الشاشة في يسارها. إذن يسار الشاشة التطبيق الخاص لهذا المؤتمر، ستجدون فيه تفاعل بين كل الحاضرين، وكذلك أيضا يمكنكم أن تطرحوا أسئلتكم عن طريق هذا التطبيق لكل متحدث في هذه الجلسة. المحاورون سيطلعون على أسئلتكم هناك. كما أدعوكم على الجانب الآخر، ويدعوكم أيضا الاتحاد الدولي للمحاسبين للمشاركة في الاستبيان الخاص حول جاذبية مهنة المحاسبة، يستهدف بذلك المحاسبين المهنيين، وذلك عبر رمز الاستجابة الآخر الظاهر على الشاشة. جاءوا إلى هنا، إلى الرياض، أقاموا العديد من الاجتماعات، سيقيمون العديد من الجلسات لأجل أن يسمعوا منكم كيف يمكن أن تكون مهنة المحاسبة جذابة. يهمهم جدا أن يسمعوا منكم. على الجانب الآخر في يمين الشاشة رمز الاستجابة. قضيتوه؟ طيب، إذن ندلف إياكم حضورنا الكرام إلى أول جلسات هذا المؤتمر. نفتتح هذا المؤتمر برؤية واضحة جدا، توازن بين الشفافية والابتكار، وكذلك أيضا تحدث وحديث عن أثر وتأثير الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات الحديثة في إعادة صياغة أعمال المراجعة والتأكيد، والحديث عن التكنولوجيا كيف أصبحت شريك في تعزيز الجودة والكفاءة. أيضا في هذه الجلسات التي ستستمعون لها وستحضرونها بإذن الله، مستقبل تقارير الشركات، دور الاستدامة والتقارير المتكاملة في تمكين الأسواق والمستثمرين أيضا من أخذ قرارات مسؤولة وواعية. سنسلط الضوء على التأكيد، على الأخلاقيات، على الحوكمة، باعتبارها هي صمامات الأمان التي تحفظ للمؤسسات الثقة والاستدامة. قبل أن نبدأ، عمل فريق على هذه التفاصيل بشكل مكثف خلال الأسابيع والأشهر الماضية. أتوجه وتتوجه الهيئة بالشكر والتقدير للأستاذة وصال القرعاوي، مسؤولة التعاون الدولي بالهيئة، يستحقون التحية منا. وكذلك أيضا السيدة دانا جنسن، مدير التواصل لمنطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا في IFAC. شكرا جزيلا لهن. ربما لم ولن يصعدوا على المسرح فجهودهم خلف الكواليس، لكن ستشاهدونهم في هذه القاعة. هم أكثر ثنتين يتحركون، فهذول هم الجنود المجهولين والنحلة التي تحرك هذه الجلسات وهذا المؤتمر. نبدأ بالجلسة الأولى عن تأثير الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات الحديثة على المراجعة والتأكيد. أدعو محاور هذه الجلسة السيدة لمياء الرشيد، الشريك في EY، وضيوفها الكرام للصعود على هذه المنصة.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Before I start, I want to thank the IFAC and SOCPA for making this great conference. When we talk about AI, the discussion quickly shifts from predictions about how our day-to-day would change our work. Also, is there any possible job losses? And as we heard today from His Excellency Mr. Ahmed, the progression from AI to agentic AI. Those are all questions. In this panel, we want to bring the topic of AI in the emerging technology to practical level and to hear from our panelists. And every professional accountant is founded by their ethical ground and responsibility. So I believe I will start with you, David. How do you think AI and the new emerging technology are impacting the ethical foundation? Also, what are the risks and consideration that the accountants and the accounting profession should consider?
Shukran, Lamia. If I may, I just want to congratulate SOCPA and the CMA for putting this together. This is a very prestigious, very important, momentous occasion as we bring all around from the Gulf to think about ethical matters in my context. A couple of reflections very quickly before I go in to the mainstay of this. You know, it's all too easy as human beings to think about how we can protect and how we can preserve the known, the familiar, you know. But the genie is out the bottle with technology, okay? It's already upon us. The future is actually now. It's not in the future. This is not about leaving a legacy for the future. This is about leaving a mark today. And I think we must think about that. We must embrace it. And so if technology is an asset to be protected, it needs to be protected with the other asset, which is ethics, okay? Ethics is an asset. It needs to be nurtured, and it needs to be preserved in and alongside technology. I think bolted on and interwoven with technology, that is our future. And that's the mainstay of what I want to talk to you about today. So the 5 fundamental principles: integrity, objectivity, professional competence and due care, confidentiality, and professional behavior do not change. Let's be very clear, they do not change. The responsibilities for accountants in respect to these 5 fundamental principles remains the same. It's just the context that now changes with technology. So let's talk about the 5 fundamental principles, then let's look at the risks, and let's look at how we're going to address those risks. Before I do, I just want to reflect a little bit on what was in that video that we saw. Audit is a way of life, okay? It's an asset. Technology is a way of life. It's an asset. Ethics must be a way of life, because it is our asset as accountants. So integrity and transparency, we all need to be very aware of the potential to distort and bias information that comes through these systems that are being used today. So that needs to be forefront. Confidentiality, you know, the technology introduces new threats, security threats, I mean, so it needs to be protected within the systems that we have. Controls and governance of these systems are very important. And we need to protect the data as well. And AI, of course, cannot be trained on data without the proper authorities to use that data. And that is important from a client confidentiality perspective. Professional competence and due care, it is our responsibility as accountants to keep pace, to keep ourselves digitally fluent, to keep ourselves up to speed with what AI means. And sure, there are a lot of benefits to come from AI, but to make it work and stick, we need to understand what goes in and what comes out. So the risks are absolutely paramount, are biases. Biases are written into systems by humans, okay? So there's no way of taking the humans out of the loop here. The humans are still in the loop, and therefore the human biases play out. And so outcomes may be amplified by biases, and that's an awareness that we all need to have. Data quality and reliability, you know, it's the same old adage. Garbage in produces garbage out, okay? We need to understand what is going into it, what's happening in what might be a black box situation in respect of AI, and how it's coming out with its outcomes. So expectations about the outcomes are very important. Accountability. There is no way that we can hide behind technology as accountants. We must remain fundamentally responsible and accountable for the output of technology. Okay? So it's not it was a technology's fault situation. It is not. Okay? Take responsibility for using the technology and all will be well. I think there's also an importance on the accountant to be able to explain to clients, to explain to the users of reports that are produced using technology. That technology has been used, of course, so disclosure is going to be quite important, but also it is important to be able to explain the output. We're not talking about being experts in AI, no, we're talking about understanding the fundamental principles that sit behind it. Confidentiality and data security is utmost, okay? So technology must be designed with the proper governance in place and the proper security and privacy safeguards are important. There's also a situation that might play out in this space, and that is over-reliance on technology. You know, it is not the end-to-end process. It is not the responsible partner here in producing output. Humans are at the end of the day. And so therefore, you need to check to see whether or not, take a stand-back test, check see or not whether we're over-relying on these outputs. So what are the responses to these risks? Developing AI literacy is very important. Ongoing education is very important for ourselves. So we need to keep that up on an ongoing basis. Updating governance and internal controls within the institutions and the ecosystem of both finance and sustainability, whether that be practitioners, accountants in business, organizations or authorities and governments. That's really important. Applying professional skepticism is not going away. The critical mindset is ultimately very important here. And that comes from the professional judgment that we apply when we're using these technologies. And ultimately, we must ensure transparency. Regardless of whether we're using the technology, we need to explain that that's happening, and we need to disclose that that's happening. I think that's probably good enough for the start.
Thank you, David. Thank you, David. Maybe since we're talking about standard, Neil, I know that the IAASB have recently launched the technology statement, which is set the initial path to using AI and emerging technology in the audit and the audits and standard. So from your point of view, what are some key issues that the board want to examine, and what is the work plan?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I mean, I think when you consider from an IAASB perspective and you look at the auditing standards, the first thing that we wanted to make sure as a board is that we embrace technology. We're not going to see that the standards are stuck in the past. We want to embrace technology to make sure that the standards themselves enable technology, do not stand in the way of innovation. Now, this is difficult at times because the standard setting process can be somewhat elongated. And so we need to find the balance between being able to land really good principles that enable innovation in auditing, or address some of the faster moving topics with guidance that then creates a position where there's consistency and clarity across the profession, so that we know how technology can be used and how the risks can be managed. So I think it's really key for the message to land that we're looking to enable technology. We don't want to stand in the way of that innovation. I think the last piece, and you'll see a number of roundtables taking place from this week already, is that we want to make sure that we've got appropriate quality management in place. It's understanding what the firms have in place, how they're applying the quality management standards, in how they're developing and using artificial intelligence and other technology to deliver their engagements. And so we're spending a number of hours having roundtables, understanding what those controls are so that we can deploy technology responsibly into that audit process. So those are a couple of key things: enable technology, manage the risks, and look for some guidance in the fast-moving topics.
Thank you, Neil. David, since we are still talking about the standards, from your work in the ISBA, I know that you are working as a chair of the technology working group and the technology experts group. Can you please give us some highlights from the work of these groups and the ISBA, where we think the future of work may be required?
Sure, absolutely, thank you. So just to couple on to what Neil was saying, I think it's important to understand that the ISBA and the IAASB are coordinating very closely on matters relating to technology. We have a technology working group session every quarter, and the IAASB representatives of their working group also join those calls. We join their calls, and there's a tight fit and closeness between the boards on this matter because it's such an important one. So yeah, we as the IASBA started work in respect of technology in about circa 2018. Okay, so it was very much part of our strategic work plan for 2019 to 2023. So we started work in earnest to really sort of address whether or not the code was still practically applicable in the context of technology. We issued 2 global online surveys with some targeted outreach and sought the input from across the world, both from professional accountants in business and also professional accountants in public practice, but also the other stakeholders, regulators, national standard setters, etc. That culminated in our Phase 1 report. And the Phase 1 report aimed to guide ethical mindset and behavior of the professional accountants in business and in public practice as well. And it dealt with changes in work processes and activities resulting from technology. So it went out to exposure draft, it came back, long story short, these surveys and their Phase 1 report, coupled with the Phase 2 report, which really became our technology provisions, where they became effective in December 2024. So not long ago, right? These provisions are effective today. And those provisions they look at a number of factors, okay? They look at emphasizing guidance in respect to protecting confidential information. They look at the data privacy angles and aspects. And they also include an emphasis on digital literacy, which I spoke about to begin with as well. And I think we understood at the end of that whole journey that the principles-based approach is still relevant today. And we decided actually that the principles-based approach is what makes the profession go faster in this space, okay? There's no rules in this space. There are some requirements, but no rules in this space which can inhibit the profession from moving forward, I think. And from our technology experts group, which is a supplement to our technology working group, many of our experts who are coming from other regulators around the world are taking that same decision that the principles-based approach is appropriate. Whether that be the UK FRC or whether that be the AFRC in Hong Kong, from all around the world, it looks like the principles-based approach is going to be endorsed. So at the end of all of this, we put together a lot of guidance together to support the provisions. And just off the factory floor, I take the privilege of announcing that we're beginning some development of our chatbot, okay, our chatbot for the International Ethics and Standards Board. And what that chatbot will do in time, it's very early days because of course chatbots can be prone to those risks that I spoke about already, are going to help navigate all that guidance that is on our site, not just related to technology, but across the board. And it will also help navigate, the hope is that navigate the code of ethics in its entirety. So we're quite advanced in this space, I think. We connect with our technology experts group to keep our finger on the pulse. The technology expert group, as I said, come from regulators, academics, and other backgrounds, experts by the very name. And it's critically important, I think, to have deep coordination with the IAASB to make sure we're all funneled in the same direction here. But overall, IASBA's early action has really solidified its role as a leader in a principles-based approach within the profession's ethical response, if you like, to rapid technology change. And ISBA really ensures that the code will evolve ahead of time. Okay, we're trying to keep pace. I think we're on pace. We want to get ahead of the curve as well. So it's our ever endeavor to keep pushing this whole gambit, and we continue to monitor through all these tools that I explained already.
Thank you, David. I think everyone is looking forward for the chat box. It will be very insightful and knowledgeable. Thank you. Maybe moving to Saad. Saad, since you are working in UNICOS and they have a presence in the Gulf and India and the United States, we want to know your views on listening about how the standard setters are the direction of the standard setter. How do you see the pace with your clients in terms of placing the AI? Are they as everyone is talking about AI? Where are we today? And how long it will take for AI to become more widely embedded with the clients and different sectors?
Thank you, Ramya. Let me just start by thanking, first of all, SUKBA on organizing such an event. And IFAC also Connect to be hosted here in Riyadh is a milestone within our journey as an accountant. And also the idea of hosting all those number of regulators within the region is something that inshallah will take us forward. Now, I'm not going to talk about the standards and what David and Neil said about how the standards are keeping up with technology changes and the speed of technology. The simple answer to your question is very fast. It's actually very, very fast. The technology itself now moving from a stage to a stage in a matter of days now that we started with AI, agentic AI and whatever. And we started that in stages before. Automation, we started that a long time. Unfortunately, it did not take, it took a long time until all companies adopted it. And I can split them into three groups. There are companies who are progressive thinkers, really think about how things can be automated, and now how can AI be embedded within those. Sorry, I have a bit of cold. And how those can be also enhance their process. The second group, I would say, is in between, only react when there is an issue. And the third group will be only waiting, things are moving well, they will never change or try even to explore new things. The good thing about AI, actually it moved all companies to be group one, which is because AI itself brought many advantages, I would say, the idea of it at least until now, which made companies to think of automation, to make things faster than what it is, assign certain people in certain areas and how to tackle them. So, as I said, the simple answer is they are very fast. Now, the main question is around how risk going to be addressed if you move that fast. The privacy risk, the ethical matter, as David highlighted. Those things need to co-op with the regulation also. It's a really important thing, how regulation can co-op with the change in technology, the change of companies adapting to this. And this is where we see our clients are now looking at changing this, putting a governance in place, looking at AI, ethical AI also is one of the matters. Now we see certain committees created within companies, chiefs being positions created for AI implementation within the companies, which mean, and the good thing, I'm proud to say in KSA, we adopted this early on. Automation, as I said, within government itself started early on. So AI, and we can see creation of companies around AI is moving well.
Thank you so much, Saad. I agree with you. The risk is high, so we need to adapt to such risks. Naweed, maybe I understand that DIFC has conducted a survey of their participants within the center and thinking about how AI are, where are they? Can we please hear from you more about the survey, the result of the survey, and how long it will take AI, and what do you think about future researchers and what we are expecting next?
Let me start with thanking IFAC, SOCPA, CMA for having us and putting such a splendid show here in the Middle East. That shows the testament and commitment to the advancement on these topics. So in the Dubai International Financial Center, the center is in existence for the last 20 years and as a regulator for the financial center in the Middle East. In 2024, we performed a survey on the use of AI in the financial service and ancillary firms such as accountants, lawyer, etc. A large number of firms thought that they are using AI, but when we start digging deeper, we realize that it's a very formative use, very fundamental, basic use, without any training, without things. In 2025, earlier this year, we thought that since, as Saad mentioned, it's a matter of days, it's a matter of hours. We still waited for a year, we reconducted the survey, and there was an uptake of 95% of the firms using AI. So the type of AIs which they're trying to use, and we are, majority of the people sitting here are accountants. We like numbers, and I have few numbers in hand as well. So Gen AI, the use was 92% as compared to 67% in 2024. Machine learning, 45%. Narrow AI, also 45%. And deep learning, around 23%. So these are the areas we look at it. But the most important factor for us was the purpose for which the financial service firms, the accountants, lawyers want to use AI. And the top on the rank was to gain efficiencies. 89% of the firms are using AI to enhance the efficiencies as compared to 20% on the regulatory compliance. So you can see that the customer focus, the market segments, the internal staff, the internal stakeholders were at the forefront. Yes, as a regulator, I wanted to see the regulatory compliance a little bit higher up in the rank, but we think that they have a robust system regardless of the use of AI. So I think that's why these things were sitting low. Cost reduction, 42%. Enhancing performance, data analysis, 57% for the management to look at. If the participants are on the app, which the master of the ceremony showed, there is a short poll there on the use of AI, and if you're able to answer that, we will be able to show the results towards the end of the session. So you talked about what's the future there. I think we are not there yet, but we are not far away from it as well. As again Saad mentioned, I think the progress changes every hour, every minute. While we talk in this session today, I think a number of entities would already be embarking their AI journey. But what we will have to do, probably we will be looking at not only a follow-up study, but picking up some use cases and going out in the market to say that how the usefulness of those use cases on the use of AI.
Thank you so much. Maybe hearing you saying the use cases, going back to Saad. Saad, as an advisory firm, what is the some real use cases you are seeing, and what are the risks or the opportunities that your clients is facing in respect to deploying AI?
It's a key question on use cases. The thing is, one of our clients one time said, I don't want to create a problem for an AI. I want to find AI that solve a problem that I already have, which is really see that painful now within companies, that there are a lot of use cases in the market, but unfortunately a few within finance. Unfortunately, LLMs were not trained enough around finance. The induction of new technologies now, it's getting that faster and better, alhamdulillah. But what I can see now from being close to the market in terms of use cases within accounting at least, that actually eliminated a lot of accounting research matters. Now I want to be careful in terms of AI and .ai. .ai, we see sometimes automation, and they call it .ai. It's not AI, it's automation. Still, it's been there for a long time, nothing changed. It is automation as it is. The induction of AI, the logical reasoning that coming within AI, that the real AI within those use cases. So in accounting research, if a question that come up, we are exploring, or I've seen companies are exploring how if they can move a contract that they have, all the terms and conditions associated with it, the business plan within that contract, in, I would say, a chat box similar tool where they will get a full assessment of the accounting treatment, the process, the policies around it, and the governance also. While reading the whole, I would say, governance of the company, be it the DOA, the process of accounting, and how that can be fit. Now that is not yet there, but that's a good starting point on how to solve certain matters that the humans were taking time to do. This is one of the use cases. The second use case is around, I would say, internal control testing. This is one of the matters that really important for regulators to ensure that companies maintain effective internal controls, and companies are really taking that seriously and testing it. Now, being in the field for a while, I can tell you that is not an easy job. Doing an internal control, making sure it's effective, making sure all people apply to that and in compliance. Now, introducing AI to the matter, highlighting this in a real-time basis is really a key. And this is the second use case. I mean, we can go on all use cases, but I wanted to highlight the most important ones.
Thank you, Saad. Maybe since we're talking about examples, David, I'm not sure if you can change your perspective from standard setter to a practitioner of one of the big four. Can you share with us some example on how AI and emerging technology are being applied in the audit and the assurance engagements?
Shukran. Thank you for pointing out the inevitable conflict of interest. Practitioners have really embraced, going back to what Jean Boucault said, this incredible opportunity in this space. But when I do my research, when I look at what firms are doing, they very much are aware of ethics and how important the ethics part of this puzzle has to play. And so they recognize that there is opportunity, but there is also risk, I think. Certainly that's what I hear. And they're trying to keep pace, of course, with technology adoption. Why? Because they also are responding to client needs, and they are responding and navigating the risk and opportunities at the same time arising from technology. I think there's also an incredible opportunity here to make the profession more attractive as well. And so they have deployed technology with that outset and outlook at the same time. They've also recognized the opportunity here to improve audit quality as well, and I think that's quite important. And of course, ISQM is a big part to play in that. But I emphasize, technology is not the silver bullet to cure all. Okay, it still takes the human. It still takes the human in the loop, and dare I say it, perhaps more involvement from humans and leaving AI to be in the loop, in the reverse of that. And I think there are three main areas, I think, that firms have realized, certainly in the audit and assurance space, for opportunities. And that's in the search and summarizing of content when we're gathering information for an audit purpose. It's also in the outlier detection, whereas before we had sample sizes which were smaller, now we have a complete audit that we can utilize. And therefore you see with data analytics that there's an opportunity here to be predictive and also at the same time have a prescription analytics as well. So outlier detection is key here. There's also, through the journey of the workflow in an audit and an assurance, there's a recognition that AI can complement that, providing and offering collective knowledge for that whole of journey. And so the AI is used in junctures at certain points of the audit, not for the entire process, but the knowledge AI is actually there for the entirety of the process. And I think there's an opportunity there for auditors and those assuring work to second guess their outcomes with the use of AI, and that's important. But ultimately, it increases the speed to answer clients' questions. But internally as well, we're starting to see the AI adopted, so that our speed to answer in decision makings in and around independence or conflicts of interest or other ethical matters are also strengthening practitioners. Also, just at my firm the other day, there was an announcement that we were going to use an AI agent to help us with our personal independence requirements. So that it can conduct searches and all the relevant information in order to make that judgment. The judgment's still being made, of course, at the end of the day by a human. So this is really quite important too. Other areas that we're seeing are predictive analysis, decision, reviewing models and benchmarking, risks and responses. We're seeing it in again, the guided workflows. The future focus is inevitably going to be agentic AI, okay? But what I'm hearing at the moment is this is not the end-to-end again. Agentic AI is going to be used at certain junctures to help almost qualify the decisions that are made in and along the way. The progress towards that is responsible, I think. One of the other areas which is kind of held back a little bit, and this is important from an IAASB perspective, is there's not so much auditing that's going on of AI, of blockchain, because the performance standards are not there to do this kind of work. And so that's an important thing that our technology expert groups are telling us and that firms are also telling us as well. So just one to watch out for there. So technology has been used by practitioners. It's not the end-to-end. That's an important thing to take away. And it's more like the human, the AI in the loop at this stage. It might become human in the loop later, but at this stage it's AI in the loop as opposed to the human, as opposed to taking on the whole responsibility. The knowledge AI is there for the entire process. That's important to acknowledge. But the boundaries remain as well. Okay, so there's no delegation of responsibility to the likes of technology. This is important for practitioners, and there's no full execution of audit tasks as well that's been undertaken by AI. But we are on a journey, so we have to watch and see where that goes, particularly with agentic AI.
Okay, thank you so much, David. I believe that this would reduce a lot of time and risk within the audit practice. Naweed, from your regulatory perspective, as many of your in the center are using AI, what is the initial ideas of how to supervise the AI usage within the center?
Right. So our idea is not to have rules, regulation to supervise or regulate AI. To us, it's another tool, it's another advancement which the firms are using. So if you look at most financial services industry or the centers or the regulators, they would have rules for effective risk management, the operational risk, data governance, cyber. I think these rules are enough for the business to try and use AI. I think if regulators start putting regulations for the use of AI, that would burden the entities and it would scale back the innovation. So the idea is that I think there are sufficient regulations around the world for having the use of AI. But what is missing right now, I think it's a global baseline for the key principles for the ethical use or the responsible use for AI. And I think this is an area where I look at IFAC, especially for the accountants. So if you ask ChatGPT, it will give you 8, 9, 10 principles on the use of responsible AI. If you look at Microsoft, they have codes for that. If you look at IBM, I think IFAC is in a strategic position to have principles for the ethical, responsible use of AI by the accountants. I think you can take the lead. I look at you at Lee here, happy to help on that as well. But this is something, if we establish a global baseline, that would help regulators avoid putting the regulations for the AI, and we should be able to then accelerate.
Thank you. Maybe, Neil, we want to move to, as an assurance practitioner and standard setter, we understand the critical role of the assurance in building trust in the business world environment and building trust to the stakeholders. So how do you think about the trust in the information of AI providers, especially the public trust? What do you think about the role of assurance in enhancing the AI generating output?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's great. You know, as a profession, we are entrusted with a huge amount of confidential information. So I think the starting point around that trust is to make sure that our confidentiality isn't breached. And I think that's one of the risks we need to touch on is the use of AI needs to be managed in a confidential manner. It's unlikely that you would take confidential information and share it with an unknown party and ask for their advice. And unfortunately, that's the position where we may be in some of these open public spaces where AI could be used. So I think the first thing that we need is to make sure that the technology being used is being built in a manner and is drawing from information which is known and trusted. And I think assurance has got a good role to play there. I see technology in 3 phases. So first of all would be around using AI in the preparation of information. How's that AI being used? And is it creating outputs that are understood and reliable and we know where it's come from and it's got good sources and evidence to support the position it's put forward? There's an expectation that auditors are also using AI. I think they need to use that AI because of the volume of information that's being played. If you're not using AI in these high volume scenarios, I think there could be some undermining of the trust around whether we truly are getting the evidence we need. And then the last piece that I talk about is assurance of AI. There are a number of systems that perhaps are outside of the financial reporting process, and I think as a profession, we're well placed to bring assurance over these systems, particularly how they're built, how they're managed, how they're learning, so that we can increase the trust over these systems and ultimately extend that through to outputs in time. So let me leave it there. I think those are some key areas that I would see assurance playing an important role in extending credibility and trust in this environment.
Thank you so much, Neil. As a final question, maybe I will go to you, Saad. As there is a greater consideration of AI and technology, and there is a big shift in the advisory technology, what changes do you think this will have on the accounting profession and the advisory services over the next 5 years, especially for the young profession? And what opportunities do you see firms like Unicus will have?
I would say it's a matter that everyone may be scared of, also really enthusiastic about it. One of the issues that we keep on hearing, losing jobs around accounting if AI is embedded. Now, His Excellency already presented that the answer is no, and I always say the answer is no for now. But yes, if we are in really an ideal situation where every company is well established, well staffed, and they are operating in a manner that should be any company that's operating. We can see it in the market in most companies. They are really understaffed. They are really run on, I would say, missing deadlines and trying to deliver on time. So AI will only enhance those kind of things, where if there is any understaffed positions, it will try to at least fill those gaps within the companies. So in more, I would say, more opportunities than risk of losing jobs. And the other matters, and I can see it in our young talent here, especially in KSA. They really prefer to do things in the new way, rather than just doing the old traditional way of working. The old days of checking things, matching things, taking things are now not there anymore. They would like to be in a position to think, be entrepreneurs, try to at least add value. And this is where I think AI can take over those things, where it shifts, I would say, the mindset of our people. So, and that's not only applicable, by the way, to companies. It's also applicable to the advisory industry. The highest rate of resignation and people moving out and in is in advisory and audit firms. And this is the nature of the work. Now bringing AI to the picture, I think that will enhance that matter, and also will bring an idea of how to do things in more efficient and a good way.
Thank you, Saad. And I believe the video we saw with Sukba, the increase of accounting professional and qualified is increasing by day. So this is a great testimony of the great attention of Saudi to the profession. Thank you all for the great discussion and the knowledgeable insights. We heard today from standard setters, practitioners, regulator, and from an advisory point of view. I would like to thank you all. I don't think we will have time to have some questions from the audience, but maybe later we can answer it through the application. Thank you all. Thank you.
شكرا لكل المتحدثين. أدعوكم للبقاء هنا على هذه المنصة من أجل أخذ والتقاط صورة جماعية، حيث نتشرف بدعوة سعادة الرئيس للهيئة الدكتور أحمد المغامس من أجل التقاط هذه الصورة التذكارية التي نحفظ فيها هذا التواجد وهذا التجمع للأساتذة من كل أنحاء العالم. ينضم لكم إذن في هذه اللحظات سعادة رئيس الهيئة من أجل التقاط هذه الصورة، وأن نقدم لكم ذكرى تربطكم بهذه النسخة من المنتدى IFAC Connect. إذن كما تحدث ضيوفنا الكرام في هذه الجلسة حول تأثير الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات الحديثة، وضيوف الأستاذة لمياء في هذه الجلسة أكدوا أن الممارسات هي المطور الأهم للتقنيات الحديثة ولإدخال الذكاء الاصطناعي والتفعيل الكامل والاستفادة بشكل كبير من تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي. الجلسات في هذا المؤتمر مستمرة، وكذلك أيضا العروض التقديمية مستمرة امتدادا لهذه الجلسة التي تحدثت عن تأثير التقنيات. ربما المحور الأول كان الأبرز فيه بالحديث في هذه الجلسة بالعرض التقديمي قبل ذلك لمعالي أحمد الحقباني، وكذلك أيضا في العرض التقديمي الذي ستشاهدونه الآن كلها تتحدث عن تأثير الذكاء الاصطناعي، تفعيل الذكاء الاصطناعي اعتمادا على الممارسات سواء في المملكة العربية السعودية أو حتى خارجها. شكرا جزيلا لك. Thank you. في هذه اللحظة نبقى مع العرض التقديمي الأول حول تأثير الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات الناشئة مع السيد شارانجوت ناندا رئيس معهد المحاسبين في الهند. يتفضل مشكور.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am truly honored to be amongst you this afternoon. A momentous and honorous occasion. The discussions on AI are truly enlightening. So I start with my presentation. It is the impact of artificial intelligence and emerging technologies on assurance and audit functions. Let me very candidly put one thing. Over the years now, we have graduated on technology, may it be artificial intelligence, blockchains, Internet of Things, data analytics, cyber security audits, or information system audits. We have grown overboard and created such support systems for us in terms of enhancing the audit quality. I see here the President and CEO of IFAC. I see here Honorable Dr. Ahmad. The basic purpose of our coming here is to ensure that audit quality is enhanced. Enhancement of audit quality can only be exhibited, can only be witnessed when we have an equitable ground of audit trail, something which we need extensively. Gone are the days when we used to go and use sampling for audit. Now with the advent of AI, we have the entire database to support us. The entire processing is done and brought on the table of the auditor. And the auditor draws his inference from the data. Earlier, data was an issue till the last day. Before coming up to an opinion, we were struggling with the data. Today you have the data on your table. Exception reporting so that you are able to effectively understand, gauge out what is required. Ladies and gentlemen, I represent the largest institute of the world. I am the president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India with over 500,000 members and over 1,100,000 students. I want to tell you that we have a committee, AI in ICI, totally dedicated on artificial intelligence. We have coined a course called Aura for students, and we are doing that across the globe wherever our student population is there. So I start. First of all, the audit profession at crossroads. The profession has to synchronize. The reason, there are traditional practices, there are transformative potential. Even smaller businesses now have started using AI. And the most important thing is to ensure that audit quality is enhanced and coming at the last critical stakes, maintaining public trust, accuracy, and professional relevance in a rapidly evolving digital environment. Yesterday with Dr. Ahmad, we discussed that whatever inference we draw from our computerized or technology-oriented platforms, how we are sure that it is correct? We'll give the answer. Information system audit will give the answer. Yes. Comprehensive analysis. We have to do a comprehensive analysis. We need to understand how AI enables 100% data analytics. Bring out exceptions. You have to understand that as an auditor, I draw information, create audit qualifications, and ultimately present it to the board or to the audit committee as the case may be. But ultimately for the progress of the company, it is the audit committee or the board that takes informed decisions on risk appetite, decision on marginal or exceptional deviation from settled principles. This helps us. Continuous learning. Machine learning puts us on a continuous mode. Why we need artificial intelligence? 3 big reasons. Number 1, it takes care of all monotonous jobs which humans do not like to do. Number 2, computers don't have wives. They are not driven by their wives. They are driven by the scope of work that is assigned to them. And therefore, the work is done religiously in the way it is assigned to them. And the third and final thing, it gives 100% accuracy. So ladies and gentlemen, continuous learning will ultimately put us as a parlous where we understand how we have to move ahead. Needle in haystack sampling to comprehensive risk detection. Risk is very important. If I were to speak on uses of AI, I was sitting with Mr. CMA right on my side, the capital market. I want to tell you, capital market entire analysis, technical and fundamental. I sit in India. If I want to invest in Riyadh Stock Exchange or New York Stock Exchange or AM London, how do I do that? Simply with the help of AI. The entire analysis of what is required, AI will give me. The entire background, promoters, systems, profitability, risk, everything comes to me by click of button. Ladies and gentlemen, it is comprehensive risk detection, which is again very, very important. Yes, emerging technologies beyond AI. We have been speaking at AI. You have to understand that AI is an enabler. AI is a facilitator. AI is a faithful servant. There are a lot of talks that AI will outpace human race, which is not true. Artificial intelligence can never outpace original intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, they bring the thing on the dishes and we consume. They give the data and we consume. Now something beyond AI. First of all, natural language processing. NLP helps us understand complex language problems, complex language interpretations and bring them on the table. Second, RPA, robotic process automation, which has now freed auditors from doing monotonous and repetitive jobs. And third, very important, blockchain technologies. I'll stop here for a moment. In India, they want to educate this girl child. Why don't I give money for educating a girl child? Because I feel the money may be frauded. The money may be used for other purposes. Today, I give, say, $1,000 for a girl. The moment the girl buys a pencil box, I get a note on my phone, a pencil box has been bought. She buys her books, she buys her dress. So entire audit trail is before me. This is for complex business propositions. Non-profit organizations have had a great upheaval in India because now every penny spent has an audit document. It has an audit trail for itself. Human plus machine, the new audit paradigm. Very importantly, there are two different scope of work. AI does the entire analysis and gives to us. AI capabilities, advanced data processing and pattern recognition. Human expertise, we have critical judgment, ethics and strategic thinking. I again repeat, the analysis is done by AI. The entire data is looked in by AI, brought before us, and as an auditor, as a man who understands the impact of each and everything on the businesses, on the environment of the economy, I make a critical decision. And it is a collaborative excellence, enhanced audit quality through intelligent partnership between AI and human mind and the auditor. Next, governance, ethics, and trust in AI-driven audits. Very, very important. With AI coming in, ethics has become paramount important. I'll give an example. Transparency and explainability. AI models have to be transparent. They have to be self-explanatory for people to follow. Robust controls. Control is very, very important. When you speak of audit, it automatically takes you to control. Controls so that the framework in which audit is done is religiously followed. And third, very important, best practices forward. Deloitte and EY frameworks highlight industry best practices for AI governance in finance and audit functions. We have made a study on ethics in AI, 2 volumes. I will send it to Dr. Ahmed. And if you want, I can send a copy to anyone amongst who you would like. We want to very consciously bring this fact that things will move in the right process once we understand how AI has to be used. Real world impact case studies. GE Aerospace. Aerospace complexities are now taken care by AI. I come from a farmer family. The biggest problem in Punjab is how much pesticide has to be put in which soil and what crop has to be grown. Very interestingly, today AI tells me that if this crop has to be grown, this is the soil sample, this is the amount of pesticide that has to be put. So neither more pesticide nor less pesticide. Microsoft Modern Finance initiative integrating AI to enhance audit planning and scheduling, improving resource allocation and project efficiency. Very, very important. The basic note is using AI in finance. Global firm adoption. Now leading firms all across the globe have used AI. Using AI to create value and, very importantly, create value that is beneficial for the boards to take informed decisions. Challenges and the road ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, technical hurdles. Hallucinations in AI is a big nightmare. I remember people creating lawyer's plaint with so many case losses, and where the judge says these case laws do not exist. It is only an imagination of AI that is a big loss. Regulatory evolution, the regulatory landscape, how it has to incorporate AI, how it has to use the entire system on which it has to be transversing is very important. And continuous learning. Let me tell you, the basic purpose of our coming here, the basic purpose of holding such a beautiful and fantabulous program by Dr. Ahmad and the President and CEO coming in person and sitting here is to make you understand that continuous education, embracing AI, learning and understanding is very, very important. And ladies and gentlemen, this is my last slide. Embracing the future of audit and assurance. Transformation. Things have to transform. AI has to transform with the speed of lightning. Today, if you move away, tomorrow you will have problems. I don't want to say that auditors who understand AI will be supreme. But now there will be two divides of auditors. First, who understand, who have embedded AI, and second, who do not understand AI. Leadership, very importantly, leadership skills are instilled when you have the information. And third and final, innovation with integrity. Ladies and gentlemen, when you innovate with integrity, things and results are truly fantabulous. Thanks a lot. All good things in life have to come to an end. Our interaction also has to come to an end, ladies and gentlemen. I am thankful, Dr. Ahmad and IFAC, for inviting me for making a presentation here. Truly honorable, truly momentous occasion. Thank you. Thank you so much.
سعيدين بوجود الجميع، سعيدين وبوجود هذا الكم، وبإذن الله كل من هو في الخارج يبحث ويتلمس الفرص الموجودة في مثل هذا المؤتمر وهذه المنتديات سيجدها بإذن الله في الجلسات القادمة التي سنبدأ بتعريفها هذه اللحظات. بقي لدينا عرضين تقديميين وكذلك أيضا جلستين، فيومنا محفوف ولطيف وملموم. سيكون العنوان الأبرز لهذا العرض التقديمي ولهذه الجلسة حول مستقبل منظومة تقارير الاستدامة بالنسبة للشركات. العرض التقديمي سيبدأ الآن حول تحديث السياق العالمي للاستدامة بما يشمل الشركات الصغيرة والمتوسطة. سيكون معنا في تقديم هذا العرض، وبعد ذلك سيرحب بضيوفه الكرام السيد ديفيد مادون، مدير إدارة الاستدامة والسياسة والشؤون التنظيمية في الاتحاد الدولي للمحاسبين. حياكم الله.
Hello everyone, welcome, good afternoon. My name is David Madden, I'm a director at IFAC, and I spend most of my time over the last 5 years thinking about regulatory and policy developments that expand beyond what we report in financial statements to include sustainability related information. So as you just heard, that's going to be the topic for the rest of our discussion this afternoon. I'm very excited to be back in the Gulf region. It's been a year ago since we were all in Dubai together, or many of us were in Dubai together. And I have to add my thanks and my sincere appreciation to Dr. Ahmed, to SOCPA, to the entire SOCPA team, to the Capital Markets Authority for all of their support in bringing all of you together with us from IFAC today. So as I said, this afternoon, we're going to focus on the future of corporate reporting and the role of sustainability-related information in how companies present investors and other stakeholders with a more complete assessment of their company's performance. So this is a topic that many of you are already aware of and working on, and it may feel a bit old news compared to the artificial intelligence topic we talked about this morning. IFAC has been a global voice over the last few years advocating for this evolution in corporate reporting, first and foremost informing capital markets and investors. In 2022, we published our first benchmarking research that examined sustainability reporting and assurance practices in 1,400 of the largest stock exchange traded companies in the G20 countries, plus Singapore and Hong Kong. We've updated this research every year, and I'd like to spend the next 10 minutes setting the stage for our panel discussion by sharing with you some insights about the current trends in sustainability disclosure and assurance around the world. So we'd like to start with a scorecard for the G20 jurisdictions. And if I can ask you to look at the numbers on the screen and start at the top left, we see that almost all of the 1,400 companies that we review provided at least some sustainability information in fiscal 2023. The number was 98%. On the next line, we observe that assurance lags reporting. But if you read across that line, the increase from only about half of companies, 51% in 2019, to almost 3/4 of companies, 73% in 2023, that obtained assurance, that's one of the most significant changes we've observed in our research over the past 5 years. On the third line, audit firms have consistently provided the majority of assurance engagements globally. But the current ecosystem of assurance practitioners is diverse, and audit firm market share has declined from 63% to 55%. On the right, we see that without regulatory requirements, we find no evidence of a transition from limited to reasonable assurance of sustainability information. Finally, we see a persistent gap between the use of IAASB standards for assurance engagements conducted by accountants versus engagements that are conducted by consultants or other service providers. Sorry. There we go. So now let's overlay these G20 results with data from our review of 500 additional stock exchange listed companies from 20 smaller or more emerging economies. We see a similar increase on the top left in the percentage of companies who are reporting at least some sustainability information. It's gone from 84% to 95%. However, the gap between reported and assured information is significantly larger. 95% reporting versus 56% assurance. That's more like the gap in the G20 back in 2019. More accountants are providing assurance, 68%, in these 20 jurisdictions that are not part of the G20. But the numbers on the right tell us that whether we're in the non-G20 or the G20, we find limited assurance and we find differences in the way that assurance engagements are conducted between accountants versus consultants. This slide shows us what 98% reporting looks like across the G20. The real story here is where companies are providing their sustainability information. Blue on this graph indicates companies that provide their sustainability metrics and information in their annual reports, so along with their financial information. green indicates companies that report following the integrated reporting framework for both financial and sustainability information. Overall, look at the bar on the top. We see a significant decline, down to only 24% of companies in 2023 who use a standalone sustainability report. The US, China, and South Korea, companies in those three jurisdictions, are the exception to the rule. And this shift is important because standard setters, both the ISSB and IFRAG in Europe, require sustainability disclosures concurrent with the financial statements. And we're going to see later on that connecting financial and sustainability reporting may be changing behavior with respect to assurance. So having data from almost 2,000 companies across 42 jurisdictions gives us the ability to take a more regional focus on our analysis. For example, to understand trends in the MENA region, we reviewed 175 companies from Egypt, Morocco, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and the UAE. The bar chart at the top, and we're not on the right page, bar chart at the top here tells us that the number of companies who report sustainability information in the region has increased over the last 5 years by 30%. And 70% of companies in the region in 2023 included their sustainability information in annual or integrated reports. A few country-specific highlights. Reporting is up 44% over the past 5 years in both Saudi Arabia and the UAE. Egypt reporting is also up by double digits. The use of integrated reports has increased 36% over 5 years in Turkey, 52% increase in the UAE. Meanwhile, including sustainability information in annual reports is the preferred practice as we see in Saudi Arabia and Morocco. All of this data suggests to us that sustainability risks and opportunities are becoming an important part of general purpose corporate reporting. For many years, companies around the world have used GRI standards. Sorry about the slides here. For many years, companies around the world have used GRI standards to explain their impacts on environment, economy, and people. More recently, SASB standards and the TCFD framework are also being used to disclose how sustainability-related risks and opportunities impact company performance. The yellow highlighting on this slide shows that in the MENA region, the focus on investor information, TCFD and SASB, is still developing. The real problem is that the more reporting we find, the more fragmentation we find. The percentage of companies that use multiple standards or frameworks has increased to 92% in the G20 and 86% among the non-G20 countries we review. So the mission of the ISSB, which now incorporates TCFD and SASB into its work, is to harmonize reporting, just like IASB standards for financial reporting are used in 140 jurisdictions around the world. This harmonization is critical to the future of corporate reporting. Our profession needs to be engaged in local policy discussions about the benefits of a harmonized system built on ISSB standards. I'd like to conclude by addressing the importance of small and medium-sized entities. According to our research, there are about 1 million SMEs in the MENA region. So working with one of our strategic partners, we conducted a survey of SMEs around the world to understand their views about capturing and providing sustainability-related information. I have to caution that 254 responses is not statistically valid, but they do come from a broad cross-section of different size SMEs from over 60 jurisdictions. So I think there are some interesting perspectives to take a look at. Looking at the blue in the pie chart on the left, 62% of responding SMEs said they have received a request or been required to disclose or prepare sustainability information, be it for internal management use or external stakeholders. The bar chart at the right suggests that the information SMEs are collecting or providing address topics that are much broader than just climate or environmental factors. And at the bottom, supply chain reporting is the primary reason for SMEs to develop this information. And finally, sustainability disclosure does require specific skills in the development of new data collection, processes, and internal controls. So it's not surprising that on the left, about 60% of SMEs said that sustainability disclosure is difficult or very difficult. But on the right, close to 70% said they expect to report this information in 5 years' time or less. Most of them had said within 2 years' time. So even from the perspective of SMEs, our data suggests that sustainability information will be part of the future of corporate reporting. So that's the subject of our panel of experts. If I can invite them to all come up to the stage. And while they're doing that, I'd like to extend an invitation to everyone to please go to Wahuva. Please send in your questions. You're also going to find there a 5-minute short, listen to it, a welcome greeting from Richard Barker, who is a member of the ISSB, Sustainability Disclosures Board. I don't know if many of you know Richard. He is a real naturalist and a nature enthusiast. You'll get a sense of what I mean if you find that video and take a look at his greeting. So if I could please invite my panelists to come up to the stage. Thank you. Testing, is that working? Hello? Testing, there we go. All right. Thanks everyone for joining. Good to see you all. We're going to jump right in, right? The topic is the future of corporate reporting and whether or not and if and how that contains sustainability related information. So Abdullah, I'm going to start with you. You have a regulator's perspective. I gave a lot of global statistics about what's going on in the world, but you're here on the ground, you're talking to companies, you're looking at trends. What do you observe? What are the trends that you see? What are they suggesting to you about the role of sustainability disclosure and how it is or isn't emerging in Saudi Arabia?
Thank you so much, David. It's my pleasure to be here with all of you. And let me first take this opportunity to express my appreciation to IFAC and SOCPA for organizing and hosting this important event. To answer your question, I need to highlight the phenomenal growth in sustainability reporting for listed companies in the Saudi stock market, since we witnessed a great jump from just 33 disclosing companies in 2020 to 157 disclosing companies in 2024, which represents more than 60% of the total listed companies in the Saudi stock market. So even when you look at the top 100 by revenue in the Saudi stock market, the percentage is 80%, which is, I believe, the highest in the region for this segment of companies. According to KPMG survey that was launched last year at the end of 2024, and this survey covered 5,800 companies listed in 60 markets all around the world. According to that survey, the Saudi stock market is the fastest growing market in the world in terms of sustainability reporting. So when we look at the assurance part, we will see that less than 30% of the disclosing companies obtained assurance from a third party, which is a bit low percentage, but it makes sense because, to be realistic, the growth in assurance industry doesn't keep pace with the growth in sustainability reporting, as there are still evolving standards for assurance globally, not even locally. So when we look at the segment of large-size company, this percentage is much higher, which means that most of the companies that obtain assurance from a third party are from the large-size company segment. What is good about those disclosures is that they are located, or most of them are located in the annual reports, which pave the way for the integrated reporting in the future to make sustainability reporting adjacent with financial reporting in the kingdom.
So a lot of very encouraging signs there is the bottom line. Ahmed, I'm going to ask you a similar question. Maybe you could broaden our lens out here a little bit beyond just Saudi Arabia. You know, working for a large accountancy firm, what are you seeing globally or more broadly across the MENA region in terms of trends in incorporating sustainability information in what companies are reporting?
Great question, thank you. And first I would like to thank SOCBA and the organizer for the great event. It's great to see such forum, and it's great for the profession for sure. I think over the last few years, and maybe it was very well presented in your slides, we've seen a great and accelerated trend of adoption for the sustainability and corporate reporting. Maybe it started with the West in US and EU with a number of different standards, but the region has taken a very significant step adapting the sustainability reporting at different levels of government. So we have regulators talking about it. We have government at wide talking about it. We have a number of initiatives that the government has taken. I think the recent big event happens in the region, which is COP28, that's happened in UAE, which came up with a number of initiatives related to sustainability and a number of other initiatives, which means that corporates are expected to take the lead in those initiatives and design their strategies and policies. And we've seen a significant number of companies, starting by publicly listed companies driven by voluntary frameworks issued by regulators in the region, in the kingdom. We've seen that, and in UAE and other parts of the region, regulator and stock exchange has issued kind of a voluntary frameworks for the listed, publicly listed companies to adapt. And then we've seen some recent announcement about a mandatory enforcement of those frameworks. Now, we've seen a trend of adoption, but I think over the last 2 years, and especially now with S1, S2s coming down the line, we will see also assurance coming significantly a required service by the service provider. And that's an important milestone for our markets and for not just publicly listed companies, even for the wider private businesses to adopt the sustainability reporting and to get it validated and accredited by an independent reviewer.
Well, we've seen a lot of data, and your two comments, I think, the two of you together kind of, I think, make the argument, a convincing argument, that we've passed a tipping point. Topics ebb and flow, but it seems like we've passed a tipping point in terms of the validity of this information to companies and investors, and that this truly is a global initiative that is not jurisdiction specific, right? It's a global presence. So I think we need to ask ourselves why we think this is happening. So Wafa, I'm going to turn to you. You bring the perspective of accounting professional, and you're a thought leader in sustainability-related reporting. You have some corporate perspective as well, being a part of SDC here in Saudi Arabia. What do you think are the important reasons why companies, even if it's just the largest companies, are or should be including this information alongside their financial disclosure?
Well, thank you so much, David. Thank you, Sukba. Thank you, IFAC, for inviting me. It's an honor to be here. I think for me to answer that question, I should set the scene. I think there's a lot of confusion about why we report on sustainability. But I think most of you are too young, but back in the 70s and 60s, there was a social contract where companies, it was implicitly expected of them to give back to society, to be able to, it's like a license to work for that community. So it wasn't part of accounting and it wasn't part of disclosures, but it was definitely something that the companies had to engage in to be able to operate in a certain region or a certain area. So that's where sustainability really comes from, that companies need to give back. And as we know, the SDGs, the Paris Agreement, all dictate that governments are united so that it's a better future for humanity. It's very important for us to protect the planet. And that's why it trickled down into our national plans. It's very, very obvious that Vision 2030, and I give that as an example, has already been anchored in the SDGs. Now, we all know, I will be very shocked if any company doesn't have sustainability practices as part of their strategy. Now, what's happening right now, or what happened in the last decade or so, we've noticed that companies that disclose in any form, we're not talking about accounting, we're not talking about S1, S2, or GRI. We're talking about any form of disclosures are associated with less cost of capital, better EVA, better ROIC. So we can see that it had a positive effect on profitability. Now, when investors and lenders are looking at that data, obviously it's a very beneficial thing. So companies kind of started to look at, okay, what do we need to do to communicate that information? Now, we all know that it's an alphabet soup of frameworks, and that's why we have mismatched reports. It's very hard for us to compare what's there in the market. So this is really the journey. With STC specifically, it's a very, very, I'm proud of the success story that we have. We started in 2019, establishing a department where we start to collect the data, not the practice. The practice was already there, but we start to collect the data and unify it in a way and communicate it using different frameworks, starting with GRI, and we were able to monitor the maturity of that report from a BB to this year an A in the Morgan Stanley ESG index, kind of showing that with time, with effort, with the dedication of the people that are believing that it's important to give back to society first, and then disclose it using, of course, governance that's very solid. Now, we're moving away for more generic frameworks, and that's why we as accountants, we are discussing it. Usually sustainability is not part of reporting or part of finance units. It's usually a dedicated department under strategy. Now, I think we're here today because we're starting to see that it's not going to be voluntary anymore. It's not what you want to disclose. It's not for everybody, which is the framework used for GRI, which is all stakeholders. S1, S2 is an accounting. It's based on accounting frameworks, and therefore we are going to be more investor, of course, specific. It's going to be financially, materiality is very important. So we have to start to think as accountants as if we are sustainability experts. So this is, I think, what's happening right now, not only in the region, but in the world. I hope I was able to answer your question.
Yeah, excellent. And Ahmed, I'm going to come to you, and I hope you're going to say the same thing and not disagree, right? But your firm is dealing with a lot of companies on the advisory side, if not on the assurance side. What do you think some of the drivers are behind this movement?
Drivers behind the...
That was for Ahmed.
Sorry, can you just repeat the question?
So I was making a joke. I hope you're not going to disagree with Wafa, but given everything she has said, from your perspective, the advisory work that Deloitte does, maybe some assurance work, what do you think are some of the drivers that behind where companies are doing this?
Okay, I think there are many of those drivers, I think, and that has been the key reason and driver driving these initiatives across the world, right? And maybe specifically in the region. We've seen over the last, let's say, 10 years that there are significant transformations on the GCC countries and Middle East. Transformations required openness to the world, attract investors, attract cash flow to the countries, issues a number of financial instruments in other international markets. So there are reasons for the government to attract those investments into the country and attract that specific type of investors in a number of projects. Another key driver, I think, with the initiatives that the Middle East has initiated, whether it's through COP28 or the Kingdom 2030 vision, which has a great initiatives in terms of sustainability and good corporate citizen and all of that great things that I think corporate need to take serious actions toward it. So all of these are create kind of a key drivers driving and shaping the future for the Middle East. And accordingly, the government has set kind of guidelines and steps toward where are we heading. And we've seen by 2027 and 2028 kind of a set deadlines to adapt those. So it's a combination between it's a good things to do, but also it's a kind of a legal requirement at one point of time coming down the line.
All right, well, last but not least on this part of the conversation, Farouk, you and I were together almost 18 months ago in Singapore, and you were the president of ICAP, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Pakistan, and you were explaining the steps that your PAO was taking in conjunction with regulators and policymakers in the country. I think a lot has happened since then. I think that the first ISSB reports, if I'm accurate, are required in March of 2027, and I think it's like 100 or 130 companies on the Pakistan Stock Exchange that are required to do this. So what were some of the key considerations that drove the decision to adopt ISSB in Pakistan?
Thank you, David. Let me start by acknowledging, thank you, IFAC, SOCPA, Dr. Ahmed, for arranging such an excellent conference and such important topics. So when we look at our journey towards making it mandatory for listed companies in Pakistan to follow IFRS S1 and S2, it all started just to give you a background that in Pakistan and similarly in other jurisdictions as well, the sustainability reporting or ESG reporting was in existence. It was prevalent. Already it was happening. So also for Pakistan, there are many companies who were publishing the sustainability or ESG related disclosures. And I can safely say that this was happening like over a decade. But when we look at those reports, they have been using frameworks, which I would say fragmented, the use of framework. It was selective as well. And many such reports were kind of self-praising. So there comes the formation of ISSB, and this is a sister organization to ISB under the IFRS Foundation structure. So Pakistan is one jurisdiction where we, for years, follow the IFRS structure. So it was immediately it was natural for us to start considering this very significant development. And I'm sure you have also observed that post this establishment of the ISSB, there was momentum. And the inclusion and significantly increase in participation by the accountants particularly. So this was really the kickstart for us to start looking at what is coming out of the ISSB and considering that for adoption in Pakistan. We started this journey by having a forum which has to own this whole process. So the Accounting Standards Board under the ICAP, which has multidisciplinary people, all the regulators, the banking regulator, corporate regulators, industry, everybody is present, profession. So through that forum, we started our consultations with the industry. And we took on board the business associations as well. So they are also part of assessing its relevance for Pakistan, the utility, the cost factors, everything. So in the process, what we noted was that within the listed companies sector, there are companies, to give you an example, of textiles. For textiles, Pakistan is a significant exporter to European countries and other Western countries. And there's already a requirement to report on many sustainability metrics. So this was automatically comes natural for those companies to embrace such sustainability reporting standards. So accordingly, there was interest, there was acceptability, and along with the corporate regulators, we decided to have this implementation in phased manner. It was not one big bang. We draw a complete roadmap where first we defined very large sized listed companies. So we gave a threshold for that, then large companies and the rest. So in these three phases, first for the very large entities, it has been made mandatory from from July 1, 2025. So the first year end, which will be in 30th of June 2026, and as per the standards transition provisions, you can have those reports published within the next 9 months. So that's where the 31st March 2027 date become relevant, that by that time the companies will be reporting. In terms of the challenges, I think one thing is clearly evident, and that is there is a significant need to capacity building. The knowledge and skill about the sustainability concept, it's a new, altogether new concept. I call it learning a new language. This capacity building is a significant challenge. And it is not, I say it's not only for the preparers. I think even for the regulators, they have to build the capacity to understand how the companies are reporting, and they are able to have a good monitoring of that. So capacity building is one of a challenge, and in that we have set up many seminars. We have done master classes. And as you know, many of the sustainability concepts, that is for industry specific. We have been going and targeting some specific industries which are in the first phase, as well as which are relevant for Pakistan market. So clearly our role in terms of building the capacity is significant. The next challenge is that we can do it now, but then how there's going to be a sustained flow of people who have this knowledge. So we have now built in the sustainability reporting and assurance as part of the chartered accountant qualification. So the future chartered accountant that are going to come, they will have this information, this knowledge, because this is part of their qualification. So this will have a sustained flow, or we will be addressing another challenge in this respect. Certainly, when the companies will start reporting, we already have received many questions. So we'll be responding through our FAQs. A complete series will be introduced. We have already given to the market a disclosure checklist, so that the preparers can have a completeness of their financial reporting, of sustainability reporting disclosures. And we are also working on an illustrative report so that everybody can follow from there. So this is a very broad journey. Just the last thing about, we have also introduced assurance. That assurance is not applicable for the first year. This will be applicable from the second year of the applicability. And as of now, we have adopted the ISSA 5000 and the ethics related, so for sustainability related matters. The initial intention is to introduce this through limited assurance, not the reasonable. So for the first 2 years of assurance, we expect that to be limited assurance. So that's the broad journey. Thank you.
So that's quite a journey you shared, and we really appreciate it. And congratulations again to everything that the Institute has done in Pakistan. It's inspirational. So Waf, I'm going to turn to you, and kind of hearing the journey in Pakistan, your reflections, your thoughts about how you could see sustainability disclosure progressing in Saudi Arabia or the broader region. You talked about a lot of voluntary reporting, the different standards that are being used. How could this transition to ISSB make sense and take place?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. I get it a lot, and maybe some people are not going to like my answer. As accountants, especially in Saudi, I always give this example so they understand the magnitude of what needs to happen for us to adopt new sustainability accounting standards. I always refer back to IFRS. We had our local GAAP before 2016, and we wanted to convert into IFRS, and I'm sure Dr. Ahmed knows about this. Obviously, it was a huge project. All stakeholders had to sit and evaluate and assess the suitability of IFRS standards versus our local GAAP, right? And there were differences, there were, of course, similarities, but it was still based on the same concepts, the same principles, right? There was a baseline, and that, I'm not saying it made it easier, but at least there was something for us to work with, so we were able to see where are the gaps, what are the things we can take, what are the things we can need to add, and in a way, not smoothly, but we were able to move from our local GAAP to IFRS because it was the same jargon. Now, my issue, and this could be my own personal opinion, but S1, S2 are accounting, but they are very, they're principle-based, right? They're not rule-based, so it depends on building blocks. And a lot of countries that have announced their adaptation, they have those building blocks. They have their local sustainability standards that will help kind of bridge the gap between what S1, S2 wants us to report and what they already have catered to their local context, right? This is where I find there's an issue, is because we currently don't have that. Yes, there is a project, and hopefully it will be fruitful within the next few years. But as we speak, it's going to be very difficult to bring the GRI or SASB is not very it's not adopted widely in Saudi. The majority of organizations that do disclose, they use the GRI. GRI is not based on the accounting framework, like I mentioned a moment ago. So we cannot plug it as a building block to S1, S2. Okay? So for us to, if eventually we move on to adopting these accounting standards, we still have to wait and build something for the local context and then move to the adaptation. So this is how I see the future when it comes to adopting S1, S2 in the region. It's not a race. This is definitely something, it's not a race. We still don't know how S1, S2 look like. I mean, this is something that I have not seen a company that have applied it, so it's still unknown. So we have great leaders that take time to assess, to see what is suitable, what is not, and I think this is where we're at right now. We're assessing what are the building blocks that we need catered to our context, and then maybe we can see how it reflects in our financial statements. Thank you.
No, I think you make a good case that this isn't easy, right? And it's important to have global baselines and global standards, but they need to be applied and thought through in a local and regional context. And thank you for highlighting the challenge that many nations are going through right now in trying to want to be part of the global system, but how do we make it work from a local perspective. So another very important local perspective, turning to you again, Farouk, is the principles of Islamic finance, right? So the ISSB is focused on company performance, right? What do investors and capital markets want to use? Do you find that to be in conflict with, or how do you reconcile that? How did you think about that in Pakistan, alongside what the requirements or principles of Islamic finance are.
Right. So, Islamic finance, if I say in the last few years, there has been significant increase in transactions based on Islamic Sharia-based principles. And even if I say about Pakistan, there is a decision that all the banking system has to convert to the Islamic. So that is the significance. And if you look around this region, also there has been significant increase in the Islamic finance-related products and transaction. So clearly this is not a conflicting situation where like SSB standards say are different and the Islamic finance concepts are different. In fact, they are complementary. If you look at the Islamic finance concept, they are based on again the fairness, responsible stewardship, inclusivity. All of these things are present in the genesis of the IFRS S1, S2 as well. So there is certainly no conflict. So if you look at the actual practices, there is a significant increase in ESG-related investment. And there are green sukuks coming. I would see, I think there will be green deposits maybe coming into the banking and Islamic finance system. So going forward, I would see that for attracting investments into your country, in your jurisdiction, and where there are Islamic finance products, the ISSB disclosures are going to further complement and enhance the applicability and the spread of the Islamic finance. So clearly I see those as complementary to each other. As I mentioned, in Pakistan, we will be transitioning to the Islamic Sharia-based banking system. So there will be inflows, and there are people, there are investors who are looking into companies where both the information, the Islamic products are there, and the sustainability-related IFRS S1 related, which are the direct, relevant, complementary information, and it will be going to be very useful for that. Thank you.
All right, I'm now going to come to three of you and ask you for a little bit of short practical advice that you might want to offer. So, Waf, I'll go to you first. You've already given a lot of advice, but do you have a couple other ideas there, key recommendations about how companies can think about, policymakers can think about advancing sustainability disclosure in Saudi Arabia?
Wonderful. I think my answer is going to be directed to the companies that don't disclose, and we still have a lot of companies listed that don't disclose. I think the best thing that you guys can do is start to organize the data using the frameworks that already are in place, whether GRI, SASB, and start to wrap your head around the idea that, okay, whatever we have as practices, they need to be governed in a way, and they have to be disclosed in a very very credible manner, because like I said before, it's very important. It will have positive effects on the image and the profitability of the company. That's when it comes to the company. When it comes to the government, the legislation bodies, and what I said it a moment ago, we have we're starting to establish the Saudi sustainability standards, which are very, very important as building blocks. That's very important for later on to have as guidance fit for our region. But I also would like to say that one of the reasons why we were not able to jump on the wagon for S1, S2, because our voice was not heard. right? It was launched and it really didn't reflect what we had as issues. Now that was rectified because SUCBA has a seat in the IFRS Sustainability Advisory Forum. So the discussions on the upcoming standards on human capital, on biodiversity, our voice is being heard, right? That doesn't mean we're going to jump and apply now, but that means that the upcoming standards will have a sense of our voice reflected. So that's something that's very reassuring for the future of the international standards. One last thing is that a younger generation, we need to incorporate sustainability or ESG accounting in our curricula. I know that SUCBA has their own suggested model for accounting, and it already has sustainability accounting as one of their courses. Upskilling existing, of course, accountants, it's very important that we kind of bridge that gap, because like I said before, we've got sustainability under a very different restriction than reporting, and we need to kind of marry those two together. And it's going to be easier to upskill the accountant with sustainability data than to upskill the sustainability expert with accounting skills, which is of course impossible. So I think these three, I would say, are fundamentally what needs to happen for this to work out. Thank you.
Excellent. All right, so Abdullah, regulator's perspective. So what's the role of the regulators? What are the considerations? Can the regulators help this path towards sustainability disclosure?
It's always expected when you have a regulator on the stage to ask about mandating regulations or enforcing policies.
I didn't ask you to make anything required.
Yeah. But I would say, just to have a clear view about this point, the role of market regulators is not limited only to regulating sustainability or enforcing certain policies. It exceeds that, actually, to include nudging, which is in some cases more important and more effective than regulations themselves. And as I mentioned in the answer for the first question, all of the achievements happened in the Saudi stock market. All of the great jump in the number of disclosing companies occurred without any clear or mandatory regulatory interventions, without any enforcement for certain policies, which means that those companies were self-motivated to adopt sustainability in order to meet the expectations of their stakeholders. So with that being said, that doesn't prevent me from highlighting the importance of the typical role of regulations, but just to show that nudging in some cases would be more effective than regulations. When you say nudging includes raising awareness, capacity building, and also issuing guidelines or voluntary instructions to be adopted by the market. And the importance of nudging, because it gives the regulators the time to allow the industry to shape the norms before regulators come in to set standards or policies. At this regard, the CMA doesn't work alone. Rather, it collaborates with all partners in the ecosystem under a national umbrella led by the Ministry of Economy and Planning to implement a number of initiatives in the approved corporate sustainability strategy. Those initiatives aiming at promoting sustainability within corporates and in the kingdom as an overall result. Among those initiatives, we are working now with all partners to develop the Saudi standards for corporate sustainability reporting, which we designed to be aligned with international standards, but also with assuring that we have our local context there.
So I'll offer a personal reflection, which is that I think regulation matters, and ultimately it's a thing that gets everyone on the same playing field. But tone at the top, everything you've described, the leadership, really gets companies motivated and thinking in a certain direction, and it gets them on the path. And then you can do your readiness assessment and be in a better place to require things. So fully support everything you've said there. We tend to see that tone at the top changes behavior in the countries that we're studying in our state of play research. So again, we're still sticking with some advice, Ahmed. So I'm always come to you as a practitioner for the practical advice. You've seen things in Europe go right or go wrong. What sort of words of wisdom and advice would you offer?
Interesting question, and I think what's really critical, and I would leave it here in this forum, is I think it's not about how fast we adapt and implement. It's a long journey. There is a momentum that we've seen it, and there is a serious commitment from different stakeholders. I think it's very critical to start building the blocks, starting by having the data, the information is available for the corporates to use it and to utilize and get benefit of that. It's important to also invest on building the capabilities, because while we've seen hundreds and maybe thousands of companies adapting the standards, right, and try to be sustainable, but they're always lacking of the right practitioners. There is a new C-suite job has been created, Chief Sustainability Officer. There are many now in the market, but we are still far away from maintaining and getting the market with the right skill set of resources to understand the sense of sustainability, and hence the reporting and corporate reporting come under that forum. So I think it's over the next 2-3 years, we will see a significant change, considering that there are the global is coming to more aligned standards with S1, S2. IS 5000 has just been announced, so there is also an expectation of training and learning. So I think it's important that we be a bit patient to build the learning curve before we jump really to the final conclusion in reporting on sustainability.
So I'll cite another little IFAC phrase, which is that sustainability starts inside of companies. And I think you're making the point about what has to happen inside of companies. That's when you get the reporting, and if you don't have good reporting, which is the suitable criteria, we don't need to talk about assurance, right? So it really is about getting it right in the companies as the very first step for all of this. So we kind of bridged over into assurance there, and the next panel is going to talk more about assurance. But Abdullah, I'm going to ask you, again, wearing your regulatory hat, if sustainability disclosure is supposed to complement financial disclosure, it's supposed to be as reliable, relevant, and comparable and decision useful as financial information. How do you avoid talking about assurance, right? So what do you think are some of the various issues with respect to high quality assurance over sustainability disclosure?
Okay. This is a great question. I think we now reach the big elephant in the room, which is assurance challenges. Yeah, for sure, the word for assurers are not rosy. There are many challenges and issues that assurers need to deal with in the workplaces and in conducting this business. And as you know, assurance activities is based in the past on ICA 3000 standard, which is not inclusive enough to cover all aspects of assurance. And this is per se is a challenge for the assurance industry. And nowadays we have now the IAAS 5000, which is supposed to be there to overcome this issue of the inclusiveness, and also to bridge the gap by covering all aspects of assurance. But to be honest with you, this will take time to be adopted globally, so we have to keep this in mind. And one of the most important challenges also assurance industry is facing is the data quality and reliability. Many companies doesn't have the robust system to provide the accurate data for the assurers. And also part of the sustainability information and data is qualitative rather than quantitative. And some of them are not easy to be quantified. And what could be also a nightmare for assurers that part of this data is compiled from a third party, not from the company itself. And also there is another issue with the scope of assurance itself. As we know, most of the assurance activities are conducted based on limited liability principle and not the whole part of sustainability reports is assured by assurers. Most of those reports got part assurance, especially on those parts pertain to the greenhouse gas emissions, scope 1 and scope 2 emissions. The other part of the sustainability reports contain very important data and information, but also they have complicated data sets which couldn't be assured easily because of the absence of agreed upon methodology or calculation methods to obtain those data. And also the other issue about the scope of assurance and also about the shortage of talented and skilled practitioners in this field. I think to do or to conduct assurance for the whole sustainability report, you need to have different backgrounds that includes climate science, carbon accounting, macroeconomics, and also other backgrounds in different fields, which we have shortage in this capacity. So with that being said, this is reflected on the cost burden that will be over the shoulders of both assurance providers and companies that obtain assurance, especially for SMEs companies. So I think this is the role of the ecosystem with all partners to address those issues and to deal with it in a collaborative mood to overcome them in the nearest future, as they are very important for the growth of the assurance industry.
I think, you know, all of us that are professional accountants in the room are going to say that you have to have assurance over this information, but it's a tricky part of the puzzle. And the issues you highlighted is sort of, you really have to think about what's the situation in your jurisdiction and what sort of phased approach or what sort of more immediate approach is going to work so that you get high quality incomes, not just on the reporting, but that the assurance is high quality as well. So it's a part of a true journey. So you mentioned, you know, cost burden, and Farouk, I'm going to, you know, turn to you again from Pakistan's experience in evaluating the costs versus the benefits of all of this, right? So you know, what suggestions can you give from your perspective at ICAP and in Pakistan about, you know, what companies can do, what regulators can do, what policymakers can do to kind of assess company readiness? How do you come up with a path that makes that cost-benefit equation make sense to everybody in the country?
Right. So, as I've said, this is a new concept, and of course, for companies to engrave that in their systems, you need human resource, you need systems actually. So there is cost. So it would be wrong to say that to bring in anything new, there's no cost. So there is cost. But at the same time, when we look at the benefits, I think every company, their business, their activities are one way or the other linked to the economy, to the resources, to their stakeholders. So clearly, they are dependent on not only just the financial side of it, but there are many other factors. So anything which is linked to their business and they have advantage or they have measures which are coming out to support their activities, certainly that is where the cost really gets subsided and the benefit comes forward. So practically what we have observed is that wherever these specific sustainability-related information that is useful for their business, then of course their acceptance and their moving towards it is much more than those companies which feel that they are just a kind of a tick the box or a compliance perspective. So it's a mindset as well. Like if they see that sustainability related financial disclosures will add to their business, then of course they will look towards it, and the cost side will subside and the benefit will be more.
Excellent. Well, I want to thank all of you for being to the point with your responses. I'm going to try to squeeze in a couple of audience questions. I think we've got a little bit of time here, right? So again, I encourage everyone to please use that Wahoo app. We won't get to everybody's question, but we'll try to do a couple in each panel. So I think this one, Waf, I'm going to ask you to answer this one. So you talked about GRI. There's a lot of GRI reporting in Saudi. I mean, the question is, are we doing the wrong thing? Why are we? Is GRI the wrong way to go?
No, definitely it's not wrong. GRI is a very strong framework. It took over 2 decades to reach the maturity it has right now, and definitely it's a great guidance, and it's a great way to disclose. The issue is that if you don't have any disclosures, then definitely start with GRI, start with SASB, start somewhere. Everything that's available in the market right now is robust and it's strong. But the issue is that we haven't reached a point where we can link it to the financials. And at the end of the day, this is why we're here. We want the disclosures that we are reporting are going to be affecting our cash flows, are going to be affecting our P&L. And GRI doesn't do that. But obviously, it's a great starting point. The data you will collect, they're not going to go to waste. If we shift to a more accounting-based framework, you will be able to filter and take what you need from whatever you have built. I think there's always going to be a cost element, but it's not going to be wasted. So start somewhere. Just start with the existing frameworks, and then wait until later on you can adopt whatever is locally being prepared. But yes, it's not a waste. It's not. It's definitely very, very strong. Whether GRI or SASB, just start somewhere.
All right, well, thank you for tackling that. That can be a little bit of a political hot potato. All right, Abdullah, I'm going to give this next one to you. To paraphrase, they're saying, is this really just about climate, or is it more than climate?
Okay, you're talking about the important topics for sustainability? Yeah. Okay, I have to say that there is no one answer for this question, as there is no one size fits all. The sustainability topics varies in importance from a country to another and from a region to another. And even within the same country, they vary from a sector to another and also from a company to a company in the same sector. And this is why companies need to do materiality assessment and engage with their stakeholders to have the short-listed topics for sustainability to report against them in their sustainability reports. So at the macro level, honestly, climate is a global issue and couldn't be considered as a local issue for a certain country or for a certain region. And when you talk about the climate, we have to analyze the root causes of the climate change in a scientific way and focus on the impact, not on the sources, which means that when you talk about the climate, we have to talk about the net emissions or the total net emissions, for example, not about the source of energy.
All right. I think we are at time. I want everyone to please show your appreciation. Thank you to our panel. Thank you for all of your excellent insights. All right, I think.
Thank you. So thank you all. Thank you for this session. And please come together and line up for the group photo. For this special moment, we want to capture this special moment, and I invite Mr. Mohammed Al-Ghayhab. He's the Chief Operating Officer at Sukba to join the photo. إذن كانت هذه واحدة من الجلسات الأهم التي نتحدث فيها عن المستقبل وكذلك أيضا عن الاستدامة. سعيدين بوجود هذه الكوكبة من المتخصصين فيما يتعلق بالاستدامة، حديث عن هيئة السوق المالية، بعد ذلك واحدة من أكبر الشركات الوطنية، انطلاقا إلى عمان وصولا إلى باكستان. كانت جلسة رائعة، شكرا جزيلا لكم، يعطيكم العافية. ننتقل الآن إلى الحديث عن تشكيل مستقبل المهنة من ناحية التأكيد والأخلاقيات وكذلك أيضا الحوكمة. نبدأها بعرض تقديمي حول التزام المنظمة الدولية لهيئات الأوراق المالية بتقارير الاستدامة. يقدمها الدكتور محمد فريد صالح رئيس لجنة الأسواق الناشئة والنامية آيسكو.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good evening, everyone, and it is indeed a pleasure to be speaking today. And I would like to thank IFAC for the invitation and Suqba. No, I asked this question whether there is a presentation or just a speech. So, I would like to thank Suqba as well for the invitation and to allow IOSCO to be presenting what we have done in terms of efforts pertinent to IFRS S1 and S2 in terms of the sustainability standards and what is needed as well at that point of time afterwards, and to see how IASB and ISBA had to play a very important role in that regard. First of all, I'm the Vice Chairman of IOSCO and chairing the Growth and Emerging Markets Committee, which is the largest committee. IOSCO has 130 jurisdictions of members, which are all capital market regulators. Among myself, I'm chairing the FRA of Egypt, which is the Financial Regulatory Authority, and the Growth and Emerging Market Committee comprises 117 out of those 130 jurisdictions. So all the effort is being put on GEMC, let's put it that way. So we need to scale it up, and we need to put as pressure as we can. Why MENA is important, I believe, with the current reforms that we have been seeing specifically in Saudi Arabia, in Emirates, in all the MENA region, to be honest, the aggressive reform pace and what we have done in terms of the accountancy profession, in terms of the auditing profession, and in terms of capital markets at large has been tremendous during the past, I would say, 4 to 5 years. And hence comes the importance of the MENA region as one of the most leading, I would say, regions in that area, given the good practices and the good reforms that have been taking place during the last years. Why capital markets are important? I know the discussion is about standards, the discussion is about auditors and assurance standards and the reporting standards, but capital markets are the use of these standards by companies. It is the mobilization powerhouse for every single company. Whenever they're trying to do the good thing, it pays off. And this was the challenge, because ultimately, whether we like it or not, whether agree on it or not, these type of standards and requirements are costly for companies. It adds a burden on company that they should be happy with it. And for them to be happy with it, they need to understand and they need to see that there is a value for them in terms of obtaining the required financing for their operations, obtaining better pricing for their products whenever they adopt IFRS S1 and IFRS S2 and try to abide by the rules. Why IOSCO has engaged in sustainable reporting? IOSCO's core objectives: investor protection, fair and transparent markets, and addressing systematic risk. When it comes to the last point, addressing systematic risk, sustainability reporting affects all three, not only systematic risk. Investors need reliable disclosures to allocate capital, and this is a crucial point. Without having reliable information, it's not only about having the standards income paper, it is about implementing those standards and implementing those standards with a certain quality. And that's why investors have always been requiring to have a global benchmark, as we're going to discuss later. So investors need reliable disclosures to allocate capital. Markets must be protected from greenwashing, because this has been something, even though it's not wide to a scale that might be alerting or alarming. However, if we don't focus on preventing greenwashing early on in our stages of development of sustainability reporting, it will be problematic at a point of time. Climate risks threatens financial stability in insurance sector, in capital markets, in areas of operations that might be most prone to climate risk, and in areas that sustainability is quite important. IOSCO's role ensuring corporate reporting delivers consistent, comparable, and that's why the importance of the frameworks, and decision useful information for investors. How had we participated in developing the global standards as developed by ISSB? IOSCO has been instrumental in the establishment of ISSB. We, in several occasions, have been calling on and calling upon the IFRS, if we are to have a global benchmark for reporting on sustainability, it has to be coming from a global standard setter as well, like the IFRS. And this would make it across borders. We have had a soup of, we have heard the last panel, a soup of alphabets. We have UN Global Compact, they had their methodologies. We had GRI, as we have just heard. We have had TCFD, we have had SASB, the detailed standards, and so on and so forth. And hence there was no global benchmark where everyone can be resorting to compare and benchmark themselves regarding what they have been doing in that area. And that's why IOSCO early on realized to have an upscale or to have a quantum leap in sustainability reporting, there had to be a global standard setter like the IFRS, and that's why we had called several times and in discussions with the IFRS, we need you to step up, and we are going to help as much as we can to establish. And in Glasgow 26, the establishment of ISSB took place, and accordingly the work was tremendous by them. And we need to, I would say, commend them for the amount of effort apologies, that have been put in a year's time or a year and a half's time to come up with Sustainability Standard 1 and Sustainability Standard 2, IFRS S1 and S2. After extensive engagements and rigorous assessment, IOSCO endorsed those standards, and that was another point. Probably most of people don't recall that when we endorsed at the IOSCO level the IFRS standards itself, not the sustainability standards, it is that point that we have seen proliferation in the use of IFRS reporting standards by capital market regulators, whereby they invoked on and requested listed companies to be adopting either IFRS or local standards that are more or less adopted from the IFRS standards in that regard. But for us to be able to endorse it, we had to go through a rigorous, I would say, analysis of those standards. Two components could not have been missed. One would be interoperability, because this soup of, I would say, abbreviations for standards, you do not make it in vain for other people who had been adopting those standards. And hence interoperability and comparing, I would say, every single point on those standards and how the IFRS S1 and S2 compare to those standards, what are the additions, what are the minuses, was quite important. And actually it was cemented and written out in a matrix format for jurisdictions to be able to compare should they have chosen any of those, I would say, frameworks before choosing IFRS S1 and S2 in that regard. The other component that is of very much importance was proportionality. What is happening in capital markets, that we're seeing a dichotomy in terms of reporting requirements between what is listed and what is not listed. And that's why proportionality was quite important. Every jurisdiction needs to be able to decide what is the level and what is the size of companies that are going to be required to implement IFRS S1 and S2. Without this proportionality option, it would have been detrimental actually for the capital formation of those companies, because they wouldn't have been able to afford the costs, and it wouldn't be important from a materiality perspective. So we needed to make sure that proportionality and interoperability is there in place, and this is something that happened, and that's why after again extensive discussions and considerations, we endorsed IFRS S1 and IFRS S2. With this endorsement, governments and regulators' confidence to adopt, apply, and otherwise be informed by SSB standards took place. Today, according to the latest, I would say, data from the IFRS Foundation, in August 2025, 37 jurisdictions has announced to being on the journey, and this is quite tremendous given the number of and the sheer size of companies that are, and the importance, not only the sheer size, the importance of those companies that are reporting on sustainability. But this was not enough, because yes, you can be having sustainability reports, but then how can auditors assure that those reports are actually in the right track? Is the data accurate? Is the process to account for this data and to publish it, is it sufficient? Are companies using a systematic methodology for gathering the data and reporting on this type of data? And that's why we had coordinated and worked closely at the IOSCO level and the GEMC level with the IASB and IASBA, given that reliable reporting requires robust assurance and ethical foundations. IOSCO called upon the IASB and IASBA boards to develop professional agnostic framework neutral standards. And in November, actually, last year, 2024, the IASB issued standard ISSA 5000, which is the standard pertinent to general requirements for sustainability assurance engagements. And in January 2025, the IASBA released related ethics and independent standards. IOSCO assessed these as fit for purpose and encouraged jurisdictions within our domain, the 130 jurisdiction, to consider the use, including on a voluntary basis should they wish. These standards are vital to closing the current gap. While sustainability reporting is expanding rapidly, assurance a little bit lags behind, and that's why this was very much needed for and by investors to make sure that those reports that are being issued and published by companies are being assured by auditors according to international standards in that regard. My message, I would say, to IFAC would be that the accounting profession has a key and pivotal role in applying those standards. Without accountants being capable of paving the way for companies to adopt and report on those sustainability standards, including any type of environmental disclosures, and for them to understand these things and not consider it as, I would say, an add-on or a perk that companies are issuing, is quite important. And that's why the accounting profession at large would be pivotal, would play a pivotal role in that regard. But then came another challenge. I'm sorry that I'm speaking about challenges, but that's the reality when it comes to sustainability and reporting and everything. And then came the other challenge. Are companies ready? Is their capacity proper? Are regulators ready to implement it? Not only companies. Do regulators, do we in Egypt or any other emerging market or advanced market understand exactly what is needed by companies? Or we're going to regulate and oversee a market whereby we ourselves are not quite, I would say, prepared for these type of requirements in that regard. And otherwise, all regulations and all standards would be ink on paper if we are not working on the capacity of who is implementing those regulations and standards. And that's why at the IOSCO level, we embarked on a very important project. It is called the Next Generation or Next Gen Capacity Building Program. We collaborated with the IFRS Foundation significantly to provide tools and resources for regulators as a starting point to build the capacity of the regulators, and then for listed companies as a starting point for them to understand what does it entail implementing IFRS S1 and S2, and to decide on the preferred approach. As we've heard from the previous session, there isn't a one-size-fits-all. We will have jurisdictions that would apply it as is, and we have jurisdictions that would develop a transition plan to reach the point of application. Some other jurisdictions will have to take from the IFRS S1 and S2 their own standards, taking into consideration the local requirements in their local environment. And as well, the World Bank is helping with IOSCO to develop for emerging markets the roadmaps for each, I would say, jurisdiction, should they ask for it. How should we reach to the point of implementing IFRS S1 and S2? The capacity building workshops, it had been held Egypt, Malaysia, Brazil, Hungary, Qatar, Morocco, Costa Rica, Montenegro, and beyond. Probably Egypt, when we had this, we have had quite an extensive journey. We mandated during the period of having an alphabetic soup of, or a soup of alphabets. At that point of time in 2021, we chose to have the TCFD as the reporting framework to be implemented by listed companies, and it was a mandatory listing requirement for all companies with a grace period of 2 years. And once the reports started to come, we are now changing to IFRS S1 and S2, so we're contemplating on the journey to go for IFRS S1 and S2 after adopting the TCFD in that regard. But it wasn't only that case, because we wanted to assure the original point that we had mentioned. Companies, if they don't see the meat behind and the benefit behind what they're doing in terms of available capital, financial instruments that cater for their needs, it would have been still a problematic issue. And that's why after we mandated these types of disclosures and reporting, either from an ESG or a TCFD reporting frameworks, of course with proportionality taking into consideration, whereby smaller companies only report on ESG, larger companies report on ESG and TCFD disclosure at that point of time, which is the environmental components. We had to come up with a taxonomy of all types of sustainability bonds, green bonds, transition bonds, brown bonds, and so on and so forth. We needed to clarify what does it entail to be labeled as an ESG green fund. What does it require for you to issue a fund that is being labeled as green? We developed the first regulated voluntary carbon market, whereby we put regulations for the issuances of carbon credits, and hence when they report and do efforts to reduce their carbon footprint, can issue carbon credits and benefit from the capital markets in that regard. And we are currently in the phase of reviewing the reports, because quality is of essence for us. If the quality is not acceptable to us, again, it would not be acceptable to investors, and this was a crucial point. One final point in the capacity building, that the GEMC, at the level of the Growth and Emerging Markets Committee, we developed a network for adoption or other use of ISSB standards, and it has 40 members from 39 jurisdictions. In the MENA region specifically, it is Bahrain, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, the FMA, and the financial center over there, FCRA, serving the global community of practice to share experience, challenges, and solutions. As I mentioned, we are very much poised as the MENA region to lead a sustainable finance through innovation, capital markets development as it has been happening, and the reforms that have been taking place in the entire region during the past few years were actually tremendous and should be commended for, and as well the regional cooperation that took place. In conclusion, IOSCO commitment is clear. A trusted global framework for sustainability. I know you want me to finish in less than 1 minute. IOSCO commitment is clear. A trusted global framework for sustainability, disclosures, underpinned by assurance and ethics, and supported by capacity building. Progress is rapid, but implementation is complex. It is really complex for companies to be implementing this, and we need to give them a hand as much as possible. Jurisdictions must choose pathways suited to their local realities. In closing, let us continue building trust, strengthening capacity. Frequency of extreme incidents is posing a risk on all of us. Higher temperatures, extreme weather conditions are very vivid, and it's happening at a faster pace that everyone is expected. And without having the reporting and quality reporting, we will not be able to change this reality, because what you cannot measure, you cannot change. And this is the ultimate aim of having global baseline, global standards, and implementing those standards. Thank you very much, and apologies if I took much more of your time. Thank you.
يعطيك العافية، شكرا جزيلا لدكتور محمد. دكتور، أنا اقتربت منك حتى أستفيد أكثر فقط، يعني ليس من أجل الوقت. شكرا جزيلا لكم، طمعانين دائما بالمزيد أكثر وأكثر من الجميع. إذن انتهى يعني خلينا نقول الثيم أو الشكل أو المزاج الذي كنا نريد التركيز عليه وتكثيف الحديث عنه في هذه الجلسة وفي هذا الحديث حول ما يتعلق بالاستدامة. أعيد التذكير بما تفضل به السيد ديفيد عندما قال 57% من الشركات الصغيرة والمتوسطة تعتقد أنه العمل على تقارير الاستدامة صعب، لكنها متأكدة أو ثلثيها متأكد بأنهم لا بد من أن يقدموا تقارير الاستدامة خلال 5 سنوات. لذلك يجتمع الجميع هنا ليتحدث عن كيف ولماذا ومتى تكون هذه التقارير. الجلسة التالية ستكون عن مستقبل منظومة التقارير للاستدامة، وكذلك أيضا سيكون الحديث فيها إن أردتم مشاهدتها على الشاشة حول تشكيل مستقبل المهنة، التأكيد، الأخلاقيات، الحوكمة. سيقود هذه الجلسة السيد جان بوكو، رئيس المجلس في الاتحاد الدولي للمحاسبين. سيد جان, the floor is yours and your distinguished guest. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. We are ready to start our third plenary session on capacity building for decision-useful disclosure. And it is a consequential topic as we consider the future readiness of our profession. And thank you so much and congratulations, Dr. Mohamed Farid Saleh, for having stated the tone for this session. Just like our work on the disclosure and assurance of traditional financial information, our work on sustainability disclosure and assurance is crucial to reinforce investor confidence in capital markets. And building capacity for these roles means building infrastructure on which the entire sustainability transformation will depend. I must add that building capacity is also essential to the public interest, which we have already covered. We know we are not the only professionals providing sustainable assurance, for example, but we are, and I will repeat what I said this morning, we are the only profession with our rigorous binding and our principles-based international code of ethics. We are talking in a minute about this. We bring professionalism and ethical integrity to our work, and we are answerable to public authorities, and we want to be sure that sustainable development proceeds on solid ground, and the accountancy profession provides a firm foundation. So now very pleased to have with us 4 distinguished speakers, each with different backgrounds and different perspectives to offer, which will make this presentation lively. So Rania Anweda Mardini, IASBA board member and senior lecturer at American University of Beirut. Neil Morris, you came already on stage, IASB board member and KPMG Global Head of Assurance and ESG Methodology. Mona El-Shami, Senior Governance Specialist at World Bank, and Tala Samad, Head of Audit at ADGM, Abu Dhabi Global Market Authority. So thank you very much, all of us, and I will start with you, Rania. And I will start with the fact that I just mentioned you have 2 interesting perspectives for our discussion, but I will start first with the role you have in education. What changes are happening or need to happen, because we are still at the beginning of the travel, to give students of accountancy the skills they need to succeed in the future of corporate reporting? And have you seen any example in the MENA region where universities are making changes to accounting curriculum?
Thank you, Jean. So I have to say that the International Panel on Accountancy Education has made some very valuable progress in terms of embedding sustainability into the international education standards for accountants. For example, some of the key enhancements that have been made include, for instance, the integrated approach to educating accountants, which was what Dr. Wafa al-Nasrallah was just talking about, recognizing the fact that there are important interlinkages between sustainability information and financial information. There's also been an increased focus on business acumen that accountants need to have, because today's accountants need to be able to appreciate the impacts of sustainability factors, whether internal or external, that these factors have on the organization's operating model, its business strategy, its value chains. Another important enhancement is the focus on the enabling behavioral competencies. Today's accountants need to be able to deal with a much higher level of uncertainty. They need to be able to work in teams, and they need to work with in interdisciplinary teams. So they have to be very collaborative. So all of these are very important progress that has been made in the international education standards. That being said, these are, at the end of the day, standards. The real question is, how are these making their way into our educational curricula, which is something that has been touched upon by many of the prior speakers. And the fact of the matter is, educational institutions, and therefore educational curricula, need time to catch up, especially with the fast pace that everything is happening. And basically this is owed to 3 main reasons that are slowing us down. One, educational resources. You need textbooks, you need cases, you need simulations, you need problems, all sorts of things. And here, just a tiny footnote, one very important point to keep in mind is that today's generation consumes information very differently from our generation and the generation before us. So it's not just about having the content, but also being innovative in how to deliver it, very important. And this is also, although this is something slightly different, but also very relevant to our discussion, which is attracting the youth to our profession. Because when we are able to deliver the content in an attractive manner, we are able to attract more youth into the profession. And this has its very important repercussions on the profession. So while this is a pedagogical issue, Okay, it does have a very important impact on the profession. This is number one. Number two, there is the issue of upskilling our faculty. So before you can teach the students, you need to teach your faculty so that they can teach your students, noting that our faculty, noting that sustainability is not the only thing that's happening today. You have technology at the same time. And so you have to upskill your faculty in terms of both sustainability and technology and data analytics. So you really need a lot of resources, money basically, and time. And that's very important. Thirdly, and this is extremely important, believe it or not, which is you need to find room in your curricula. Because the point is, and that's very important, we know what we want to add to the curriculum. The question is, what are we willing to take out? I mean, if you think about it, take, for example, a bachelor's degree. A bachelor's degree has been and continues to be, I'm not sure if it will continue in the future, but at the moment it is 120 credits. So these 120 credits, how much more information can you add into it? And so if you want to add some content about sustainability and technology, which is obviously both are very relevant, we have to make decisions about what to take out. And therefore, you ask me what needs to change? My answer to you is very simple. All the stakeholders, PAOs, firms, regulators, all of us academicians, we need to weigh in on collaboratively on the direction forward for the profession. Academia needs support. It needs support in terms of teaching support, in terms of, weighing in on the direction of the curricula, what goes in, what goes out, in terms of providing internships, practicums. And I'll give you one example and I will wrap up with this. You asked me about examples. I know of only one example. I'm not sure. Perhaps there are others, I'm not aware of them. At the American University of Beirut, at the Alayan School of Business, we have been pushing to integrate sustainability into our curriculum for a while now. We were trying to figure out where to add it. Finally, we decided, and we are piloting this term actually, this fall term, we are piloting a course that's called Business and Sustainability. It's a general education elective that we are planning, hopefully, moving forward to make it a requirement for all business students, okay? But it's a practicum, so the way we added it, it is designed to be a community-engaged learning course in order to align with our general education, one of our general education requirements. And so it is a practicum, but in order to make it happen, we really are relying on the support of our industry partners. One of them is a Big Four audit firm that is hosting 3 teams in the classroom in order to work on real-life sustainability projects, and the other one is an NGO that is hosting 2 other teams. So what I'm trying to say, this is a collaborative effort if we want to move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this call for action in education. Now, if we move to ISA 5000, an important IFAC message is that high-quality sustainability requires high-quality assurance, this is not also, well, this is very important. So, Neil, what update can you share about some key elements of ISA 5000? Why it was important to develop an entirely new standard? And what is the IASB now doing to help practitioners start to use the standard, be it on a voluntary or on a mandatory basis? Thank you.
Great. Thank you, John. I hear 3 parts to your question, and I'll see if I can answer each of those separately. The first part I want to address is why 5,000? Why did we write a new standard? What I do want to emphasize is I need to respect the current standard, which is in operation today, and will still be applicable for the next 2 reporting cycles. So ISAE 3000 has stood us well. It's been a good standard, and certainly a standard that I've used to provide assurance over a number of entities for many years. But that standard relies on experience and extensive judgment in its application. And so as we see sustainability reporting and assurance growing, and more people providing assurance, we needed a standard that would be more specific to the subject matter and get us more consistent application of the standard. And so that's really why 5,000 was developed, so that we could meet the market of this growing need of assurance without necessarily undermining the strength of what 3,000 brings us today. I think we were able to develop 5,000 at such great speed because of 3,000 and because of the extended external reporting guidance which was already in place. So that gave us a great head start to build this specific standard. The second piece, without going into a detailed lecture on what 5,000 brings, is let me just share a few of the key pieces. I think the first piece is we've heard about how variable and complex this environment is at the moment, particularly as it transitions. So really important for us to have built an assurance standard that can cater to all of these frameworks. So it's framework agnostic, as long as we deem that that framework and those criteria will be suitable for assurance. So that was the key piece. We've got some good variability from a framework perspective. We know that there are both accountants and non-accountants in this market. We needed an assurance standard that could be a standalone standard without being dependent on the auditing standards, so it could be applied consistently by both of those groups. And so the standard allows for both accountants and non-accountants to use it, depending on the jurisdictions. We heard about this journey from limited to reasonable assurance, so the standard caters for that. It has limited and reasonable assurance, and I think it's written in a really nice way that you can transition from limited to reasonable over a period of time. I think, overall, it's got this broad base. It caters to this evolving world, and I think is going to be delivering really good, high-quality assurance. The last piece is around implementation. What material is there? I would direct you immediately to the IAASB website. And on the front page, you can't miss it. The sustainability ISSA 5000 standard is right there front and center. In fact, not quite front and center, it's up on the right-hand side. Please go into that material. There's loads there. The basis of conclusion tells you what the authors of the standard were thinking and the conclusions they reached. Implementation guidance is terrific. Whilst you're on the website, register for the webinars. It's a 3-part series beginning next week, and you can hear from the individuals that drafted the standard in person. And so we've really gone to great extents to help in that implementation, provide the support. It's happening now, and now's the time to get on board.
Thank you for this plea for reading and webinar, and I'm sure that after this session we will start for those of you who have not started yet. Thank you very much, Neil. And I'm coming back to you, Rania, in your second or first role, which is a member of IASBA. Can you explain what has changed in the code with respect to sustainability? And what is IASBA's focus now in 2025 in terms of implementation? How does the work of IASBA complement with what has been described by Neil regarding IAASB?
Okay. Thank you again, Jean. So actually allow me to start with the third question first, and then I'll work my way backwards. So you asked me, how does the work of IASBA complement that of the IAASB or the audit board? And my answer to you is this. If we, as an accounting profession, are going to deliver on our promise, which is credible, trusted information, then we have to look at reporting, assurance, and ethics, including independent standards as an integrated whole, as a cohesive package. And this very much ties in with what IOSCO Vice Chair Mohammed Farid Saleh was just saying. It's very important to look at them together. The point is, you want information. This information, it's not black or white. it requires judgment, and human beings are exercising this judgment. And so they need the right mindset, and this is where ethics comes in. Then you need this information to be assured, and the assurer is also a human being exercising judgment, and therefore you need the right mindset, and therefore you need ethics. And this is true for any kind of information, be it financial or sustainability, but even more so for sustainability information. And I'll tell you why. And this is something that was just also touched upon by Mr. Abdullah Al-Muqbil, the director of the CMA. Sustainability reporting requires the use of very complicated data sets. That's exactly what he said. It requires new, immature types of data that are forward-looking. It requires subjectivity, and you are talking about information, which was very much also discussed earlier, talking about information that is really in different disciplines. And so there are so many risks, different risks and challenges that are associated with sustainability reporting. So you ask me, how has the IASBA code changed? My answer is very simple. It has changed in order to address the unique challenges relating to sustainability reporting. For example, greenwashing, greenhushing. I didn't even know actually that that's a thing until so greenwashing, greenhushing, using the work of external experts. There are all these are challenges that are very unique to sustainability reporting. The IASBA code addresses those challenges in an attempt to make sure that it maintains the same level of trust for sustainability information as for financial information. The code applies, this part of the code applies to accountants and non-accountants, and that is very important so as to level the playing field, because while this may not be the case in Saudi Arabia, but in other jurisdictions, you have non-accountants also providing assurance or performing sustainability assurance engagements, and so that the profession will not be disadvantaged. Okay, and so that we ensure for the public interest the same level of quality, it is important to have, the same, to set this global baseline. And finally, it's important to say that we worked very closely with the audit board in order to develop a fit-for-purpose, interoperable, sets of standards. But at the end of the day, it's noteworthy that our code also works with any reporting and assurance framework, and not just the ISSB, and not just the audit, the ISSB or the IAASB. Finally, you asked me about what our focus is right now. Recognizing the complexity of the sustainability reporting standards, which, by the way, really is just merely a reflection of the complexity of the inherent reporting standards, okay, and the auditing standards. Our focus right now really is basically adoption and implementation, and I can talk a bit more about it, but mindful of time, I will just be satisfied to say that also please make sure that you refer to our website, because we have a whole bunch of supporting materials there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rania, and I'm sure that there is need for thought and for work. Thank you so much. Now, I think it's at the time also we need a regulator's perspective, because we already have heard about the importance of regulators in previous roundtables and previous speakers. The ADGM, Abu Dhabi Global Market, is a major financial center initiative. Talal, could you please give us an update on the progress of the ADGM in terms of sustainable finance framework, and what do you see as the key fundamentals that are needed to support high-quality corporate reporting information, and how can this contribute towards sustainability disclosure in the future?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. So, in terms of ADGM's progress, ADGM is Abu Dhabi Global Market, and it's one of 2 international financial centers in the United Arab Emirates. ADGM is based in Abu Dhabi, and it's been around for just over 10 years. To give you an idea of its growth, about 4 years ago when I joined ADGM, we had about 3,500 entities. As of today, we have more than 12,000 entities, and that includes large global financial institutions, fintechs, holding companies, as well as listed entities. We have more than 30 public interest entities. So sustainable finance is hugely important to us. In terms of our sustainable finance framework, at present, it's not a mandatory framework, it's a comply or explain. And it brings in companies that generate more than $68 million of revenue, or asset managers with more than $6 billion of assets under management. Now, at present, we don't have assurance that's mandated on sustainability reporting, but we are watching the space closely, and at present, we're trying to get them to start reporting. In terms of what we're doing to encourage and what's needed for high-quality corporate reporting, including sustainability reporting, there are quite a few different elements that we as a regulator can do, from outreach and education, as well as targeted guidance for professional services firms, accountants, auditors, and other assurance providers, but also keeping on top of global developments so that we can collectively help lift standards in our community and our ecosystem. I hope that answers it.
Thank you very much, Talal. May I move now to Mona? 1 year ago in New York, the World Bank announced its commitment to the adoption of ISSB standards in emerging markets and developing economies. Why did the World Bank make this commitment?
Thank you. Thank you, Jean. The World Bank commitment to ISSB built on a long history of supporting high-quality financial reporting through IFRS. Actually, let me give you a bit of history here. Since the early 2000s, the World Bank supported the promotion of IFRS as a benchmark for the report on standards and codes, the ROSC, accounting and auditing diagnostic. In 2017, the World Bank and the IFRS Foundation signed an MOU to cooperate together to help countries implement IFRS, and provided training and provided technical assistance through that MOU. In parallel, the World Bank also supported IPSAS-B and the promotion of IPSAS as part of improved public financial management and transparency. And as well, supported having IPSAS as a benchmark in the Public Expenditure and Financial Accountability Framework, PIFA, which actually the Secretariat of PIFA is also hosted by the World Bank. And then the switch came to sustainable reporting. So this is as part of the World Bank supporting for financial reporting and for transparency and accountability. So in 2024, the bank renewed its MOU with the IFRS Foundation and included supporting the adoption and implementation of ISSB standards towards emerging and developing economies. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mona. And as a follow-up question, if I may, because there are so many jurisdictions now on the path towards using ISSB, what can you tell us about the World Bank support for now building the capacity in emerging economies to report on sustainability? Do you have anything to add to what you explained already, yes?
On the capacity building, Yes. The bank has many initiatives as well, but most important is the Center for Financial Reporting Reform, and through which, you know, provided a lot of capacity building and technical assistance to countries and jurisdictions needing that capacity building. The World Bank considers the sustainable reporting as a tool for improving transparency and accountability, and for having better decisions and access to financing as well. So within the MOU with the IFAC Foundation, and within the partnership with IFAC and with other regional institutes and also other development partners, we are working on developing roadmaps, and I think Dr. Saleh mentioned that we're working on developing roadmaps for each country, starting from the diagnostic, having a gap analysis, and agreeing on a plan for adoption and implementation. In addition, we're providing training, organizing workshops, webinars. We play our usual role of also providing a platform for putting people together. So peer-to-peer learning is the most effective way of learning. So we do and hope to continue doing this facilitation of peer learning among countries wanting to learn from each other. And I'm really happy that Saudi Arabia and SOCPA is having this wonderful initiative of building or establishing a knowledge and learning center here in Riyadh. And this is a great opportunity, and actually we would like also to cooperate and continue our cooperation with the SOCPA through this knowledge center to benefit this region specifically, but also extend it globally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mona. Neil, in the prior panel, and if I remember well, Dr. Wafa made a point, we had some comments about some of the issues that companies are facing, as well as the role of assurance. If I can ask you to share some perspectives from your role, not as a board member, but as at a Big Four, and not just as a standard setter, as I just said. How did companies prepare the first time reporting and assurance, for example, under the CSRD requirements in Europe, which is a common country we have? What are some of the early challenges you are seeing with first time assurance efforts?
John, I think that's it's a really relevant question as we go into the next cycle of reporting, and I guess I want to start the question with the end in sight. I think the second year will be easier than the first, so that might start giving you an indication of how the first was. I spent my European summer. I met with 75 individuals that have been responsible for conducting assurance engagements across Europe. So multiple industries, multiple countries. Although their stories are varied, there's a consistent theme that comes out of it. When I think of the European reporting environment, large entities, they're first. So these are mature entities that have got normally good reporting processes in place. But this was a first year of a very complex reporting framework. And even large entities with mature reporting struggled in this space. The complexity of the reporting framework you choose is going to have a direct impact on the complexity of the assurance processes, and we saw that coming out. When it's the first year of reporting, you've got no comparatives to the prior year, and you've got no benchmarking to industry norms and to peers. And so in a world of sustainability where completeness really is the main risk, how do you know? And so when you can't compare either to the past or to a peer, understanding completeness is a very tricky space to be in. You also need to remember that assurance is risk-based. And if you haven't assured before, you haven't reported before, the information is highly susceptible to being misstated, and therefore the risk of misstatement is everywhere. And you'll find that the assurance practitioners would identify risks in numerous areas, creating a fairly intense assurance process. And the information has never been reported before. So you're not quite sure what's coming at you, and it comes very late. Because it's come late, there's a bit of a mad scramble as you head towards that reporting deadline. But these things resolve themselves. So now we're in the second year of reporting. We've got peers to compare to. We've got a comparative to the prior year. We've got a sense of what it looks like. The standards themselves are in the process of being updated, and we can see which information may be less relevant to the users and therefore less material from an assurance perspective. And so, you know, I think the second year should be less bumpy. It's more of an update, and we've got a better perspective of where we're heading. That really was the sense of what happened in the first year. And as we move through the discussion, perhaps there'll be some lessons that we can apply as you start engaging in your first years of reporting in this region.
Thank you very much, Neil. So there is some hope for the future, for the very next future, for those who have already engaged. And I agree with you. The first year has been difficult, but it was done. Now, Talal, coming back to you, as a regulator in the ADGM, and reflecting on the countries and companies here in the Middle East, do you have any recommendations or considerations that you can share, ways for regulatory authorities to help incentivize companies to start the journey of sustainability disclosure?
Thanks. I can give you more idea about what we've done to incentivize companies. So as I mentioned, our framework is comply or explain, and we're giving the freedom to companies to choose any internationally recognized standard, so be it GRI, be it TCFD or ISSB. Similarly, we've got some safe harboring provisions. At the moment, we're just encouraging them to start reporting as best as they can, hence why there's no kind of requirement for assurance at present. In addition to that, we're also, as we're a registrar of companies, and they have to file their accounts as well as sustainability reporting with us, we're trying to increase awareness about their filing obligations, what makes them in scope, guidance on what's required, what does the comply or explain element of our framework mean, for instance, as well as constantly updating our guidance on sustainability reporting as well, to help them reach a point where they're comfortable with this annual reporting. I think what we've found is, in fact, this is a very recent change. Most of the companies in ADGM have a 31st December year end, with their accounts and their sustainability reporting due 9 months later, 30th of September. So in our online registry solution system, we actually added a flag and a reminder that, hang on, have you considered, have you self-assessed, are you in scope for sustainability reporting? And when it's there glaring at you, we've seen it's had an impact on those entities to make them think twice and self-assess. So I think these kind of little things go a long way.
Thank you very much, Talal. If I may come back to you, Neil, and regarding how ISA 5000 is going around the world, what advice would you offer to policymakers and PAO leadership about how to think about the role of assurance and how to implement assurance requirements, and in particular in the MENA region?
Great. The first thing I talk about from a 5,000 perspective is that it is early days. Right? So the standard was approved by the board in December, released in January. We're 10 months into the process. I think we've seen terrific interest and some early uptake. The effective date's looming, though. I mean, essentially, it'll be applicable for December 2027, and that date will be upon us in the blink of an eye. So I think the momentum's good. The conversation like this one today is really good, and that's giving ISSA 5000 a good start. There will be work to be done for it to be implemented, and I know as I engage with firms, they're working hard on updating their methodologies so that they can transition into 5000. In terms of advice, I spoke about earlier how 5000 will cater to a variety of frameworks. So as you settle on the framework that you find will be applicable in your region, I think 5000 should be suitable for assurance over that framework. The next thing I think we learned from our European colleagues is that a small gap between implementing a reporting framework for the first time and assurance of all that information could be a good breather, just to allow the reporting to settle before we rush assurance into that process as well. What 5000 also caters for is that you don't need to provide assurance of the full report in a single shot. So you could select parts of it. Perhaps there are 5, 10, 15 specific indicators that could be really key to your region that you want to target for assurance first, and then grow the scope and ultimately land on assurance of the full report. And that's the approach that Australia has been taking, identifying some key indicators that they see for assurance early days. 5000 allows for limited assurance and reasonable assurance that we spoke about. I'd certainly encourage limited assurance first. It's most likely what your users need. And then as that information becomes more important in the decision making, you might find a transition to reasonable assurance is appropriate. Ultimately, what I take away from it is that in this evolving world, I'm seeing 5000 quite flexible, but still providing consistent, clear guidance for high quality implementation and assurance in this process. So that's some of my takeaways. Get the reporting settled a little, perhaps consider specific targeted areas, start with reasonable, grow the scope, but ultimately be patient with each other. We're all learning.
Thank you for those very pragmatic lessons and for paving the way for the immediate future for most of it. May I come back to you, Mona? Public sentiment and changes in political leadership can influence policy and decision makers across borders, including regarding sustainability. How, as a Washington, D.C. based organization, if I may say that, but how has the World Bank maintained its commitment to sustainability disclosure, the ISSB, and supporting capacity building for this new information?
Good question. We are committed to development needs, not to politics. And we are part of a community of multilateral development banks, many of which endorse ISSB standards. So as World Bank, we look for the long term, we stay the course, and we do what we are built to do. We provide capacity building to countries. And actually, I mean, in the last year, we have supported the IPSASB in developing the public sector reporting standard. We are working on simplifying sustainability reporting standards for SMEs. So we're doing what we're supposed to do, and always considering, you know, our country's benefit and providing support, providing them the capacity that they need and the tools that they need to implement ISSB standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rania. And if I may have a last question, Rania. The new ISA standards seem complex, so we already covered this question about ISSB. Is the ISBA taking steps to help understanding? You mentioned that there was already many things on the which are available, but can you give us the way ISBA is also taking steps to help understanding the new changes to the code and to help auditors implement these changes.
Sure, sure. So, so first of all, I just want to mention that, I mean, as I said earlier, for us at ISBA, adoption and implementation right now is really, I mean, front of mind. And for that purpose, back in July 2024, we established the Adoption and Implementation Working Group, of which I happen to be a member. And the objective of this working group really is to develop a strategic approach to supporting adoption and implementation worldwide. So this is one. The strategy that the Adoption and Implementation Working Group has developed is basically two-pronged, if you want to think of it. One, on the one hand, the idea is to develop a lot of supporting materials, which is you refer to. For example, we have a webinar series, a video series. We also have, for example, summary of prohibitions. We have also some materials about the differences between the ISA and parts 1 to 4A of the code, the original code that deals with the financial information and financial reporting. You have Q&As, fact sheets, basis of conclusions, as Neil was saying, you know, what we were thinking when we developed the standard, fact sheets. We have also some joint Q&A together with ISBA, with the audit board, in order to explain how, you know, the standards are to be, you know, implemented together in tandem. So we have a lot of supporting materials. We also have some materials about the proportionality of the standard, which is something that was also raised by IOSCO Vice Chair, summary of the prohibition. So we have a lot of, obviously, we develop much more materials for ISA than for probably any other standard, because we understand the perceived complexity. We understand that it is a different animal that we're dealing with and the world is dealing with. So this is one. But the other side also is that we also set up back, that was in March 2025, we made the decision, and today to establish the IMAG, the ISA Implementation Monitoring Advisory Group, IMAG for short. And really the objective of the IMAG is to give us, if it is right to use the term real-time, sort of real-time, like on a regular basis, insights as to the actual implementation challenges and issues. So it comprises really, at the moment, it comprises 11 global experts that are really, you know, part of the implementation process, so that we can, you know, be engaged, so that we can, as you said, understand what is happening in terms of implementation, so that we don't have to wait until the next post-implementation review. We have also launched an ISA online platform to encourage users of the standard to submit their questions so that we can engage with them. And that is really also a source of insights for us and inputs to understand how it's going. So obviously you can, you see that we are dealing with ISA differently from other standards, because we're really trying to be on top of things and not to have to wait, because we realize that there is, you know, as Neil said, very important, we're all learning here, and we're trying to make sure that, you know, we cover our footsteps and we progress forward as, you know, as effectively and efficiently as possible. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Rania, and thank you very much, dear colleagues, for sharing your experience, your expertise, and your wiseness with sharing with us your views in a very pragmatic way. And I hope that we all go back with the energy and the vision to be fully equipped for building, for capacity building. This is a very important step. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's highly appreciated. Now we will take the group photo just to capture this moment and appreciate your ideas which worth spreading. So Dr. Ahmed al-Mghamis now is joining the panelists. شكرا جزيلا لكم على هذا الحضور. شكرا. And right now IFAC, represented by Mr. Jan Poko, want to represent an appreciation and deliver their appreciation to SOCPA, represented by Dr. Ahmed al-Mghamis, for the true spirit of this partnership during this version of this conference, IFAC Connect and the future collaboration. دكتور محمد فريد، ندعوك للانضمام لهذه اللوحة من أجل أن نسعد بوجودكم جميعا كشركاء في هذا المساء. شكرا جزيلا لكم جميعا. الشكر أيضا موصول لكم أنتم حضورنا الكرام على هذا الحضور. يعني من النوادر وأنا يعني أطوف دائما بين المؤتمرات سواء للمحاسبين أو في القطاع الصحي أو في القطاع الصناعي أن يبدأ المؤتمر عند 10 صباحا، نصل الآن إلى أوقات المساء عند الساعة 3 ويظل الحضور بهذا الشغف وبهذا الحماس، بهذا التصفيق، بهذا الاحتفاء، بهذا التركيز مع مثل هذه الجلسات. فشكرا جزيلا لكم. والشكر أيضا موصول لمن يتابعنا من خلف الشاشات عن طريق البث المباشر، حيث وصل من يتابع البث المباشر منذ ساعات الصباح الأولى ممن لم تتح لهم الفرصة بالحضور في هذا المكان إلى 100,000 متابع على أوقات متفرقة في هذا المؤتمر. فشكرا جزيلا لكل من يتابعنا. الوصول في هذه اللحظة إلى الجلسة الأخيرة أتحدث عن أثر التحولات الكبرى على مستقبل مهنة المحاسبة هنا على هذه المنصة في الجلسة الرابعة. يقود هذه الجلسة السيد لي وايت، الرئيس التنفيذي للاتحاد الدولي للمحاسبين. يتفضل بدعوة ضيوفه الكرام على هذه المنصة لآخر الجلسات هذا المساء.
So, good afternoon. As we just heard in introducing the panel, this will be the last session of the day. We are running a few minutes behind, but allow me to just calibrate in order to make sure we do the right colour and texture of the conversation, but still to allow everyone the flexibility of their other commitments as well. Now, the panel is really here about the key drivers for the future of the accountancy profession. And in a way, we've heard those drivers already being explored today through the technology discussions earlier and much more recently through sustainability as well. But these types of megatrends are important enough to unpack and focus again on implications for the accountancy profession, and particularly looking ahead. Where this will drive to, and part of the conversation will be about the attractiveness of our accountancy profession going forward, to always ensure that the future talent comes to the profession, irrespective of which jurisdiction we're looking at and whatever competition may exist as well. And so can I encourage everyone to go to your phones, to go to the WHOVA app, because there is a survey there. You can do it during the course of the conversation, but please look at the state of play of the profession survey. It will only take a few minutes to complete, but could you please do that, because this is an incredibly important data for us to bring together. Where the data goes is we are working with the global firms, the GPPC, in order to bring that data to be analysed and to lead then to future actions of what we need to do. You are influencing today the future of our profession. Please take the opportunity to do that. Thank you so much. Let me move swiftly then to the conversation, and let me start on my left. Sammy, wonderful to have you here. Thank you for your support to our events. But importantly as well, Sammy, thank you for your role at the IAASB for serving our profession. So let me ask, really from a perspective regarding technology and sustainability, how can regulators in the MENA region take steps to address the two new opportunities of technology and sustainability, ensure that trust and credibility is not only maintained, but done so in a way that avoids country-specific fragmentation? Please.
Thank you very much, Lee, for the invitation, and let me start by saying thank you to SUCBA and for the IFAC for organizing this event. It is also our pleasure at the CMA to co-host this event, and this comes from our belief in how much such events adds value to the whole financial sector and the whole community of the profession. So with regard to your question, I guess the answer there is that we need definitely, as regulators and as standard setters, to be dynamic and to understand the changes that are taking place around us in the world. Definitely these are major changes in their sustainability and AI. In addition to being dynamic, we also need to have clear objective. We need to know where we're heading and why we're doing what we're doing. I guess our objective all is to serve the needs of the users of these reports, whether it is a sustainability report or the user of the reports that which AI tools had helped creating. So we need to understand such needs, and we need to make sure that those needs are being satisfied. We need to understand that those users are also are changing in nature, and that they are of international flavor. The markets are opening up big time. Recently, the CMA issued an exposure draft with regard to changes about how much the local market in Saudi Arabia can accommodate more types of investors to come and invest in the Saudi market. Now, this being the case, we need to make sure that we satisfy all those investors need. And this is where the beauty of having an international frameworks comes into the picture, so that an investor, whether the investor in the US or investor in the EU or investor in Saudi Arabia or at China, at the end of the day will feel more comfortable dealing with an international set of standards, because it's the same standards that are being applied at those various jurisdictions. Now, in addition to that, I guess what both regulators and standard setters need to do is that to follow a balanced approach between assessing the risks and catering for the risks surrounding the AI tools, and this is when we speak of AI. But at the same time, it's very important to take advantage of the opportunities out there. And for us as regulators, this means that we need to stay close, to various stakeholders, mainly auditors, understand more about those AI tools, how they behave, and make sure that it's not only a black box tool in front of us, and possibly maybe look into some certifying mechanisms to get the comfort that such tools being used are giving us the appropriate and the results that can create the comfort and the credibility within the market. As standard setters, it's also the same thing. We need to make sure that the application of the standards when it comes around those AI tools are being applied in a consistent manner. And it's not that one firm apply it in a specific way and the other firm apply it differently. And this means for us that we need to make sure that the standards are being understood in the same way and interpreted in the same way. If further clarification are needed, this is what we need to find out, whether we need to provide further clarification within the standards or possibly maybe provide further guidance or non-authoritative material that can help various users reaching into the appropriate interpretation at the end of the day.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Sammy. Two takeaways for me from those remarks. Again, the emphasis on the international framework, so important for the delivery of consistent, internationally consistent and comparable information. And secondly, that phase where we're now at regarding the effective implementation of those standards and the need for a sharing of experiences as we go through that phase. Thank you. Abdullah, could I come to you, please, sir? And again, thank you in the spirit of being here, your commitment to the IPSAS-B. Thank you for your service over many years, greatly appreciated. Now, you could sort of feel today there's been a lot of conversation about the company reporting, more emphasis to the private sector. I'd like to reach to you to just get a sense of that engagement between both sectors, and I suppose asking a bit of a leading question, can the private sector learn from the public sector? And I would welcome your insights and experience.
Thank you. Thanks, Lee, and we'll start in English, but I will follow all in Arabic.
Please.
But باخذها من زاوية أخرى، كيف هل معايير الاستدامة أو نطاق الاستدامة في القطاع العام والقطاع الخاص متماثلة أم المفترض لهما أن يبدأون من نفس المنطقة؟ وأنا أرى أن البداية we'll give it a couple of seconds. Well, Dr. Ahmed ruined it for me. I was about to say something that you don't understand and conclude it right away, but yeah, so ما كنت أتكلم عنه كان فيما يخص القطاع العام والقطاع الخاص. إذا تكلمنا عن نطاق الاستدامة والإفصاحات وتقارير الاستدامة في القطاع العام، فتصوري ووجهة نظري أن نقطة البداية ستختلف بين القطاع العام والقطاع الخاص. إذا نظرنا للاختصاصات والمسؤوليات بين القطاع العام والخاص، فالقطاع العام مسؤول عن تطوير السياسات والأطر والتشريعات، بينما القطاع الخاص تكون له دوافع بسوق المال والمستثمرين والإفصاحات المتعلقة فيها. لكن هنالك ما يجمع بين القطاع العام والقطاع الخاص، فإذا نظرنا أن القطاع العام يحتاج تقارير من القطاع الخاص لتدعمه في اتخاذ القرار، بينما القطاع الخاص ينتظر التشريعات والسياسات والتنظيمات من القطاع العام ليوفر التقارير بالشكل المناسب لها. أيضا السياسات في القطاع العام مع التقارير والإفصاحات مع القطاع الخاص تلتقي في مواضيع مخصصة، خصوصا إذا تكلمنا عن التغير المناخي والانبعاثات الكربونية، خصوصا عندما يتم التوسع في الإفصاحات وتأخذ المنحى الإقليمي والدولي، فهناك ترابط بين الاثنين وموائمة مفترضة بينهم. وأيضا الاستفادة من القطاعين من تقنيات الذكاء الصناعي بيج داتا، كيف يستخدمون البيج داتا والذكاء والماشين ليرنينج يستخدمونها في إعداد تلك التقارير. فرأيي أن القطاع العام والخاص يبدأون من نقطتين مختلفة، ولكن عند التوسع وعندما التطور في التقارير سيجدون أنفسهم يترابطون ويستفيدون من الخدمات المقدمة كلهم للآخر.
Thank you, Abdallah. Could I just pick up on your last point, that you do sense there will be a point of convergence? I just want to be clear on that. Not that it could converge, but you do sense there will be convergence. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. May I come to you, Lama? Welcome. Wonderful to have you here from the General Court of Audit. Now, let me sort of take the same question that we just heard with Abdallah, and I'm welcoming your insights as sustainability becomes increasingly central focus globally. From the region's perspective, how are you seeing public institutions and private companies in aligning with international sustainability standards, please?
Allow me to respond in Arabic, please. بداية سعيدة بتواجدي معكم اليوم للمشاركة في هذه الجلسة، وأشكر الهيئة السعودية للمراجعين والمحاسبين على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر والاتحاد الدولي للمحاسبين. وأعود إلى سؤالك أستاذ لي، وراح أسلط الضوء على بعض المحاور والنقاط اللي تم تغطيتها في الجلسات السابقة. لعلي أبدأ من جانب مؤسسي جدا، وهو الخطوة اللي اتخذتها المملكة من خلال الهيئة السعودية للمراجعين والمحاسبين لتوقيع اتفاقية مع IFAC Foundation لترجمة المعايير وأتاحتها لكافة الجهات، سواء القطاع العام الحكومي، لكافة الجهات التنظيمية. قد يرى البعض أن هذه خطوة إجرائية أو linguistic exercise، لكن هي خطوة استراتيجية، لأنها مكنت وصول أصحاب المصلحة في الدول العربية لمعايير مما يضمن أنه وجود اتساق للفهم والتفسير لمعايير الاستدامة والمعايير الدولية للاستدامة. وعلى الرغم من هذه المعايير المترجمة غير ملزمة في المملكة، إلا أن وجودها يمهد الطريق لمستقبل أقوى وأكثر استدامة. ولو بتحدث على أهداف المملكة، ما أقدر أفصلها عن رؤية المملكة 2030 اللي اعتبرت الاستدامة محور أساسي لتحقيق التنمية في المملكة. على سبيل المثال مبادرة السعودية الخضراء، وأهدافها كانت طموحة جدا. لما نضع أهداف وطنية كبيرة طبيعي أنها تشكل حافز لكافة الجهات، سواء القطاع الخاص أو القطاع الحكومي، أنها تتبنى معايير استدامة أكثر شفافية وموثوقية. على المستوى القطاع الخاص، وزي ما تم ذكره في الجلسات السابقة، أصدر التداول الدليل الإرشادي للإفصاح عن الممارسات البيئية والاجتماعية وحوكمة الشركات، واللي يعتبر خارطة طريق للجهات اللي تريد الإفصاح عن سياساتها البيئية والاجتماعية. والأثر من كل هذه المبادرات بدأ يبان على أرض الواقع. 40% من الشركات في السوق الرئيسة تفصح أو تصدر تقارير استدامة مقارنة ب35 بالعام الماضي، ومن بين هذه الشركات سابك وSTC وأرامكو. وبرجع للقطاع الحكومي مرة أخرى. وزارة الاقتصاد والتخطيط العام الماضي أطلقوا مبادرة مهمة باسم برنامج رواد الاستدامة، والهدف منه هو دعم الشركات السعودية بالأدوات والمعرفة اللي يحتاجونها لتعزيز استدامتهم. هذه المبادرة تضمن أن القطاع الخاص يمشي بشكل متوازي مع الرؤية الوطنية وليس بشكل مستقل. وهذا التغيير ما هو محصور في المملكة فقط لكن على مستوى المنطقة. صحيح كل دولة لها سرعتها ولها أنظمتها وأولوياتها في تبني المعايير، ولكن نقدر نقول أن هذا التوجه أصبح واضح في المنطقة. ولعلي أختم إجابتي بالتأكيد أن تقارير الاستدامة في المنطقة ما زالت في بداية الطريق، والتحديات لا تزال موجودة.
Thank you very much, Lama. Baby steps, but perhaps ones that we can see will continue to nurture and grow for the future. Thank you. Christine, if I could come to you, please. Welcome to the panel. Thank you for your leadership with the Transnational Auditors Committee. Christine is the chair, which bridges a really important relationship between membership bodies, those members of IFAC, and those firms undertaking transnational audits. So thank you, Christine. I'd like to come to AI and audit. We've touched a bit through the sustainability. I want to join up now back to the technology. How do you think we can harness the potential AI and technology more broadly so that these new tools add to the strength of trust and quality in the delivery of assurance? And I suppose a little cheekily, is this just going to make the job of an auditor much easier, Christine?
So thank you, Lee, and thank you, Dr. Ahmed, and to SACPA and the CMA for organizing this fabulous conference. I've been here for the full 3 days, and I think it's been a wonderful conference, so thank you so much. So I think that the audit profession, this is largely in line with the comments that Jean made this morning. I think it could almost be the same speech, actually, and many of the comments that Neil has made in his multiple times on stage today, and then also David made earlier today. So the audit profession is undergoing a profound transformation driven by the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence. No longer is this a futuristic concept. AI is actively reshaping how we approach assurance, impacting financial reporting and the profession as a whole. The integration of AI is not just about improving efficiency, it's about fundamentally changing the nature of the audit profession. Yeah. I've heard in the last few months that I think within the next 2 years we will see the audit of financial reporting that's produced by agentic AI being done by agentic AI auditing tools. And so that will happen within the next 2 years. So I think we will see drastically changed audits within the next 2 years. That's happening today. Auditors will need to develop new skills to effectively leverage AI tools to interpret the insights they provide. This requires a commitment to continuous learning and experimentation with emerging technologies. The profession is evolving toward a more data-driven and analytical approach, demanding a higher level of technical experience. However, our core values of professional judgment, skepticism, critical thinking, direction, supervision, and review, and ethical conduct will remain paramount. Auditor oversight of AI can establish trust and confidence when integrating emerging technologies into work processes, especially as investors seek greater clarity around AI use. The future of audit is not about replacing human auditors with machines. It's about empowering auditors with the tools they need to perform their critical role more effectively and efficiently in an increasingly complex world. AI is expected to automate routine audit tasks, including data extraction, reconciliation, and anomaly detection. This will allow auditors to concentrate on higher value activities such as judgment and analysis. AI-driven analytics will provide deeper value insights into complex data sets, improving auditors' ability to identify patterns, trends, and emerging risks. Again, these technologies will not replace human judgment. The engagement team remains responsible for direction, supervision, and review, including understanding if data is fit for purpose, accurate and complete, and for evaluating outputs for conclusions reached if they are appropriate. So I think that's what we'll see, Lee.
Lovely, thank you, Christine. And in a way, your remarks about the profession needing to adapt and change sort of sets us up well for the next question. And Abdullah, I'll come back to you. These two opportunities, technology, sustainability, you've got leaders of the global accounting profession here. What would be your advice? What would your encouragement be to how to take advantage of these opportunities, sir?
Thank you, Lee. وحاول أن أساعدك لي علشان تنام الليل، لأنك قلت أنك لا تنام الليل لأنك تفكر وهذا السؤال الذي يتم سؤاله لي في جميع المؤتمرات التي ألتحق فيها. هل وجود النطاقين أو مسارين، الاستدامة والذكاء الصناعي الحين في وجودهما، هل ستقضي على مهنة المحاسبة؟ أتكلم عن الذكاء الصناعي والماشين ليرنينج. أنا أراها فرصة عظيمة جدا، ولكن حتى لا أكون أقول إجابة لمن هم متخرجين من الجامعة ومن تخرج من الجامعة، هما فرصتان عظيمتان فقط وفقط إذا طورت التقنيات والمعرفة اللي موجودة عندك. إدخال البيانات والطريقة القديمة من التعامل كمحاسب بدائي ستنتهي. ستكون لك فرصة عظيمة إذا فكرت أنك مشارك في اتخاذ القرار وتأخذ المحاسب الاستراتيجي. تقنية الذكاء الصناعي سيمكنك من معالجة بيانات بسرعة وبدقة وبوقت قصير، دراسة الأنماط اللي موجودة فيها، ولكن هنالك بعض التحديات التي لازم العقل البشري لديك لازم يتعامل معها. تكلمنا اليوم عن الهلوسينيتنج لل AI البايس، التحديات التي تم استعراضها اليوم. الله أعلم أو ما نعرف متى سيتم معالجة هذه، لكن هذا يعطيك نذير ويعطيك إشارة إلى أن قدراتك لازم أن تتغير. نفس الشيء في الاستدامة، هذا مجال سريع تحتاج فيه نقص خبرات كبيرة جدا، وفي احتياج لبيانات موثوقة وبدقة، وتتعلق بأطر أخرى ستحتاج أنك توفر بيانات عن مصادر الطاقة، عن الانبعاث الكربوني، عن بيانات عن التصحر، عن بيانات مستقبلية كما قالها أخوي عبد الله في الجلسة اللي قبل، بيانات ذات نمط مختلف ونوعية مختلفة عما توفره اليوم. فنعم أراها فرصة، وفرصة فقط لمن هو قادر على تطوير وراغب على تطوير قدراته ومهاراته للتجاوب مع المتغيرات. شكرا.
Thank you very much, Abdullah. Quite a lot of encouragement there, but I think it's partially what I heard you saying is we've got to change our mindsets to where we've been. What we've done in the past is fantastic, but we need to keep adapting, looking ahead. Thank you so much. Sammy, I saw you as Abdullah was passing his remarks, a regular amount of nodding there to some of what he was saying, particularly in the changing of the work. And so again, with this theme of the use of AI and technology, and I know your colleague, Neil, spoke somewhat about this earlier, but how do you see the way of the work of the auditors changing, perhaps even in a day-to-day sense? We would welcome your insights and views, please.
Sure. When we speak of AI, we need to remember that AI is not going to only impact auditors. It's going to impact auditors, doctors, engineers, lawyers. So are we going to say that we're not going to need any of those functions? I don't think this is the answer. Now, things going to change? Yes, things going to change. Landscape will change? Yes. I was reading in the Wall Street Journal about Walmart and about General Motors that they are changing the structure of their teams, and they are changing the way they are deploying the teams. So what this means is that for procedural work, and especially in the audit, if we are speaking of vouching and tracing and footing and cross-footing, this will be part of the past. This will not be needed to be performed by the auditor anymore, because AI will take care of this. But this means that the auditor then, and especially and also for fresh graduates and from early years, will have the opportunity and will be obliged to focus on the more sophisticated matter, to exercise more professional skepticism, to focus on the judgmental areas where still the human mind is needed, and where the AI is trying to develop in that area, but we're still not sure if the AI can really achieve those judgmental issues appropriately and in an ethical manner as well. The thing we also need to remember at the end of the day is that if the AI is going to audit everything, then who is going to audit the AI? Who is going to make sure that the AI is performing appropriately? And we're still yes, AI is doing a great job and it will do a great job, but we should not forget that we're still experiencing in there. I mean, sometimes we face those chatbots, like, for example, when I call any of the organization, like a bank or an institution or anywhere, sometimes, yes, you get an answer machine that helps solve your problems, but this is not always necessarily the case. So definitely the involvement of the human element will continue to be there in the future.
Lovely, thank you. Very clear messaging there, Sammy, about the blend of the use of technology but being used with the humanistic skills. Back to you, Christine, and to a topic which you could just feel coming back through again around attractiveness. And I do know in your leadership role within the GPPC, attractiveness is something you're very personally passionate and committed about. So I would just welcome piecing together a little bit deeper some of the changes that we've heard, plus perhaps this relatively new influence of private equity investment into accounting firms. How are you seeing the changes, the future for our profession, and will we truly be successful in attracting the next generations of talent, please?
Yeah, thank you, Lee. Maybe just a little bit more about what the GPPC is doing. So the GPPC would be the big four, so Deloitte, PwC, KPMG, and EY, plus BDO and Grant. At the global level, they've taken on a big project in the last few years to do some research around several different areas, but the biggest amount of research they've done is around the narratives. So the narratives around what 16 to 18-year-olds think about what is an accountant, what is the field of accounting, what do accountants do, and so it's been some surprising research around what actually that group of that group of students think, and then their influencers, so the parents, the career advisors, the teachers, the people that are influencing that group of students think. And so there's been a broad research project done on that. So we're working with IFAC on that research, creating a PR campaign that we'll be working with IFAC to roll out, and then the state of play that IFAC, or that Lee mentioned. So we all need you to
please
fill out the survey. We need 400 from this room today, and the people online. So, and then some access principles and well-being principles that are also together with IFAC that the GPPC is working on. So that's a little bit on the well-being. But getting back to your question, Lee. So, you know, obviously our profession matters to society and is evolving, and you know, I think that we're also, the importance of our role is to develop the leaders of tomorrow.
Sure
and
is.
I think that with the things that we've talked about today, sustainability and AI, it also makes it a really fun and exciting and attractive place for our young people to come. And so I think that, you know, change could be kind of risky, but it also is exciting. And so I think that just to bring it back to the attractiveness piece for our young people, I mean, that's what some of the research is bearing out is, you know, they want someplace that is delivering purpose. So I think that that comes back to sustainability, and they want something that's exciting. So I think that that's the AI piece, and they want something that is going to really have diverse, that requires diverse skills. So I think that that is also both of those pieces together. So I think that the research bears out all of the things that are coming to the profession, and I think it's an exciting time to be a part of the profession. And so I look forward to the next 10 years, because I think it's going to be drastically different than the last 30 years that I've been in the profession. So I think it's really exciting.
Lovely. Thank you, Christine. You know, I describe it as a realistic but still quite a positive and optimistic view about the next generations coming into our profession. But I certainly support you. I think we all have a role to keep telling our narrative in the right way to make sure that those that wish to hear it, we can bring our story and to them. Thank you. Lama, if I could come back to you, please, really from, again, a Kingdom of Saudi Arabia perspective, but perhaps the broader region, requiring sustainability information, so moving, in a sense, from a voluntary to mandating. Where do you see the challenges and the opportunities in that action?
بحكم الوقت يمكن بختصر بعض التحديات والفرص واللي هي كثيرة. تقارير الاستدامة اليوم ما عاد ينظر لها كوثائق ورقية أو إجراء شكلي. بعض المستثمرين يعتبرها عنصر في اتخاذ القرار الاستثماري. ومثل أي موضوع جديد، تقارير الاستدامة مليانة فرص، لكن أيضا تواجهها تحديات كبيرة. أول تحدي هو قلة الوعي والفهم المؤسسي. كثير من الجهات لا ترى أن في فائدة تعود عليها من تقارير الاستدامة، وهذا غير صحيح. ترى أنها عبء إداري أو التزام عليها، ولا تستخدمها كأداة استراتيجية في تحسين الكفاءة، في جذب المستثمرين أو في إدارة المخاطر. بدون الوعي فالتقرير مجرد ورقة، لا يعكس القرارات اليومية ولا يندمج في ثقافة المؤسسة. التحدي الثاني هو الموازنة بين المعايير المختلفة وأولويات الجهة. تعددت المعايير، معايير الاستدامة، وكل معيار يركز على جوانب معينة. الجهة لها أولويات وأهداف، والمعيار له أيضا أولويات وأهداف، والموازنة بين الاثنين قد يكون صعب بعض الشيء. التحدي الثالث هو نقص الكفاءات في مجال تقارير الاستدامة. لا يزال المجال جديد في المنطقة، وعدد المختصين فيه قليل، ولذلك تعتمد الجهات بشكل كبير على الاستشاريين، وإن كان حل مؤقت لكن لا يبني كفاءات داخلية في الجهة. التحدي الرابع هو تعقيد جمع البيانات والتحقق منها. تقارير الاستدامة تعتمد على بيانات دقيقة ومتنوعة يصعب قياسها. جمعها يحتاج أنظمة متطورة ومنهجيات واضحة، وكثير من المؤسسات اليوم ما عندها هذا النوع من المستوى الجاهزية أو النضج. ضعف البيانات يعني ضعف في جودة التقارير، وإذا ما كانت الجودة موجودة كيف نقنع أصحاب المصلحة أن في قيمة من هذه التقارير؟ في تحدي أحيانا خامس قد يتم التغاضي عنه أحيانا، اللي هو التكلفة مقابل القيمة والالتزام على الشركات الصغيرة والمتوسطة. بناء أنظمة لجمع بيانات، تعيين مراجع خارجي، إعداد التقارير، هذه يعني قد تكون على الجهات الكبيرة ليست عبء، لكنها عبء على الجهات الصغيرة. وإذا ما كان في حوافز أو دعم للشركات الصغيرة والمتوسطة فنخشى نشوف فجوة كبيرة بين الشركات الصغيرة والشركات الكبيرة. رغم هذه التحديات فتظل فيه فرص، فرص ذات قيمة عالية. الفرصة الأولى هي تعزيز الشفافية والمصداقية. لما الشركة أو الجهة تكشف بشكل واضح عن أدائها البيئي والاجتماعي ومسؤوليتها المؤسسية، فهي تبني ثقة مع المستثمرين والممولين والجمهور، مما يقوي سمعة الجهة ويمكنها في الحصول على تمويل بشروط أفضل، إما تمويل أخضر أو تمويل من خلال القروض ذات الصلة بالاستدامة. الفرصة الثانية هي تحفيز الابتكار والكفاءة التشغيلية. لما تبدأ الشركات تكتب وتعد تقارير استدامة، تضطر تراجع استهلاكها للطاقة وللمياه وتفكر في حلول وبدائل أنظف وأكثر كفاءة، والنتيجة تكون توفير في التكاليف على المدى البعيد وتقليل الأثر البيئي. الفرصة الثالثة هي الوصول لأسواق واستثمارات جديدة. اليوم العديد من الأسواق العالمية تتطلب الالتزام بمعايير الاستدامة للدخول في سلاسل الإمداد أو لجذب تمويل، فإذا الشركات التزمت بهذا التوجه راح يكون لها وصول أسهل للمستثمرين الدوليين اللي يفضلون استثمارات مستدامة. وفي فرصة أيضاً نغفل عنها أحياناً، واللي هي استخدام تقارير الاستدامة كأداة لإدارة المخاطر. لما الجهة توثق وتفصح بشكل دوري عن استهلاكها للموارد أو سياساتها الاجتماعية، فهي في الواقع تراقب المخاطر قبل ما تتحول لأزمات، سواء كانت بيئية أو اجتماعية أو حتى تنظيمية. بشكل مختصر نحن أمام مسار جديد مليء بالتحديات، سواء نقص في الكفاءات، صعوبة في القياس وتكاليف، لكن بالمقابل يوجد فوائد: شفافية أكثر، كفاءة أعلى، الوصول إلى أسواق جديدة وجذب الاستثمارات. وإذا قدرنا نتعامل مع هذه التحديات بجدية راح تكون في مكاسب بلا شك على المدى الطويل.
Thank you very much, Lama. Just as we were going through the last conversation, I've been monitoring the questions that have been coming through on our app. So thank you for those that have been putting the questions in. I'm trying to do very quickly some aggregation of themes from what I've been reading. Perhaps there's two themes. Abdullah, could I come to you, and if we could keep these relatively brief, but it builds literally on what Lama was just speaking about, your perspective on the balance between costs and benefits with sustainability disclosure for companies, and how do we strike that balance of ensuring that for the region there's an attractiveness to coming in, so i.e. more disclosure, that the capital flows come in, but realistically what can corporates, what are they capable of doing, particularly in the short term? So that cost benefits challenge, I'd welcome your remarks, please.
شكرا لي وشكرا لاما. يمكن من أكثر الأسئلة التي تمر علينا فيما يخص تقارير الاستدامة هو الموازنة بين الفوائد والتكاليف. لديك تكاليف كثيرة عندما توفير البيانات، تأكد من صحة البيانات، تواجد العناصر التقنية أو الأنظمة التقنية التي تساعدك في تقديم التقارير، هل الخبرات الموجودة وهي خبرات تقنية أو خبرات فنية مختصة، سواء في الانبعاثات الكربونية أو سواء في مواضيع التقارير الاجتماعية لESG أو التقارير المرتبطة فيها. فكل هذا عناصر أضف إليها نقاط النقاش إذا وصلنا إلى double materialities أو وصلنا إلى scope 3 أو أنت جزء من الفاليو تشين أو سلسلة الكتلة اللي تتكلم عنها لتوفير البيانات. فكل هذه عناصر تكاليف، وإنما هناك فوائد أخرى أن تزيد عندك الشفافية، تزيد الموثوقية في التقارير اللي موجودة عندك، تزيد من القدرة على المقارنة مع تقارير أخرى، فهذا يزيد من الانفلو الفورين انفستمنتس الانفلو اللي موجودة عندك، تقارير مطلوبة أحيانا من المستثمرين اللي موجودين عندهم. فلذلك ما أراه أو وجهة نظري أنه كيف أنك تدير التكاليف بمعقولية، وأيضا تخلق من الفرص وتديرها لتخلق هذه الفرص وفق تكاليف منضبطة موجودة عندك. تكاليف اعتبرها كاستثمار وليس تكاليف، علشان تعرف كيف ما تستجلبه من فوائد هي عوائدها على هذه الاستثمارات التي أنت تخلقها. فهذا العنصر ستبقى موجودة، لكن هو كيفية إدارتها وخلق العائد إذا حبينا نقول على ما تخلقه من استثمار لهذه التكاليف.
Thank you very much, Abdallah. Now, Christine, as you were doing the last remarks around the attractiveness and the focus there were quite a few questions coming in just about how do we continue to keep the skills of the next generation coming through. So they've asked questions around the role of PAOs in upskilling our members, universities, and even the third with firms and what they should be doing. So is there a particular one or two things that you would say needs to be occurring through those three groups to really ensure the next generations are ready and able to do what they need to do for our profession?
Well, in the last few days, I've heard some great suggestions. So Rania actually just answered it very well, I thought, in the last session. The collaboration amongst all of those stakeholders, I think, is a great idea. And maybe yesterday or the day before, I think there was a young lady from Bahrain that suggested something very similar. You know, it was just making sure that the universities are paired up with the firms or the PAOs to make sure that there is current thinking or practical experience getting fed back into the universities to make sure that what the universities are teaching is something that is groundbreaking and current experience, because you know, this technology is moving so fast. I mean, I think you mentioned it with Sammy. I think other people mentioned it. It's changing by the day. And so for academics and for everyone to keep collaborating and working together, I think is so critical, so that we can keep our young students at the cutting edge and learning the most current knowledge. I think is very critical. So I think I mentioned this in Egypt. Lee and I were at an event in Egypt, and so my daughter is in her third year of university, and she's doing a double major, so she's doing basically sustainability, economics and policy, plus now a business degree, and she's at the University of California, Berkeley, and it's amazing to me the way that they're working those two majors together. So I think that, you know, just keeping that cutting edge knowledge is very critical.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Christine. Colleagues, we have reached the conclusion of our session. It's been a sharper conversation, but hopefully still incredibly informative. What we've tried to do in this session is bring together the themes that you've heard earlier in the day, the rapid developments with sustainability reporting, both in the private and public sector, striking the right balance of how that corporate reporting is introduced, overlaying this with the really rapid pace of use of artificial intelligence and technology, and how do these opportunities, these changes, absolutely add to bringing the next generations of talent into our profession. So could I please ask in the traditional way to actually thank our panellists for their contributions. Thank you so much.
يعطيكم الف عافيه، شكرا جزيلا لكم. كان هذا مسك الختام. هذه الصوره ما قبل الاخيره التي نحفظ فيها هذه الذكرى اللطيفه والعابره، وكذلك ايضا الباقيه بالخبره والمعرفه التي تمت مشاركتها على هذا المسرح وعلى هذه المنصه. يشرفنا ايضا ان ينضم الدكتور احمد المغامس الى المتحدثين في اخر هذه الجلسه. إذن هذه اللقطة تستحق أن نستغرق فيها هذا الوقت، لكن قبل أن نذهب إلى آخر فقرات هذا المؤتمر، السيد لي وايت لديه كلمة أخيرة يضعها كنقطة على آخر الحروف في هذا المؤتمر. تفضل.
So I will be brief because this really will be the final remarks. So please, I know you might be getting sick of my voice, but let me just formally conclude the IFAC Connect. Let me first of all start again with thanking the Saudi Capital Market Authority, but as well to SOCBA. Thank you to both of you for co-hosting the event with IFAC. To my dear friend, Dr. Ahmed, thank you so much, friend, for all that you have done to make this event so special. It truly has been a privilege to work with you and your team, and I'll mention your team a little further. But it wasn't too long ago that, yes, it wasn't too long ago that Dr. Ahmed and I were planning out what IFAC Connect would look like, and the commitment but the passion for what you are wishing to do with the region in connecting regulators, standard setters, clearly professional accountants, our membership bodies and the broader community has been outstanding. I just am in awe of what you are able to achieve, and we're very fortunate to have you working at the IFAC board as well. So thank you so much. But like all organisations, whilst many times we always recognise the strength of the leadership also develops wonderful teams to support that leadership. To Dr. Ahmed, your team led by Wiesel, she has been absolutely outstanding. So thank you to each and every member of the SOCBA team that's contributed to this event. You've been very, very special. And equally for me, to the IFAC team, to Donna. Donna, could you stand up? Thank you. To Manuel, please, if you could keep it going. To David. David, if you could stand up. Thank you, team. Thank you. You've made us very proud of delivering such an event for IFAC. So let me conclude by the final message to say this has been a privilege to be in the region, and let me reassure you this will not be the last time that IFAC continues to bring this region together, working closely with all of our members. Thank you. Peace be with you.
يعطيكم ألف عافية جميعاً. كلكم قادة لهذا التحول، كلكم شركاء، كلكم رواد لمستقبل هذه المهنة. لذلك منكم من ظهر على المسرح ومنكم سيظهر الآن على المسرح، حيث ندعوكم جميعاً، الجميع، كل من في هذه القاعة لمن يرغب، أن نختتم هذا المؤتمر بصورة جماعية لكل رواد هذه المهنة في مستقبلها. يعطيكم العافية، حياكم الله جميعاً. يمكنكم الوقوف أيضاً أسفل المنصة، حيث ستكفل الجميع بإذن الله هذه المساحة. احرص انك قدام عشان المساحة. هذول هم البنات جوكر. شكرا جزيلا لكم لوجودكم، شكرا لحضوركم، وشكرا لكم على صعودكم على هذه المنصة، ونلتقيكم بإذن الله جميعا في مناسبات قادمة. طاب مساءكم بكل خير.